CornBelters baseball is on the air here from Schweikert Stadium. Adam Hipsky to my right is Griffin Leonard. Griffin, happy to be here to broadcast for the first time the normal CornBelters as leaders of the Central Division.
Yeah, well, it's been a long time coming, but the way they've been playing, you can't say that it's not undeserved. They've been playing the best baseball of their season, and the results are finally coming together. They find themselves tied with the Terre Haute Rex, but of course with the head-to-head after the huge win yesterday that I'm sure we'll touch on throughout the broadcast, they have that tiebreaker. So an opportunity with about a week to go in the season for the Belters to punch a spot in the postseason.
We talk about the dramatic win yesterday. We'll start there before we introduce the lineups for both sides. 12-11 come from behind, scoring 9 unanswered in the final 3 innings of the game. Does that take a little bit out of you heading into today in your mind? Is it easy to be able to go from back-to-back games and just pick up right where you left off? Is that one that honestly became such a marathon where you wouldn't be surprised if they lose a step, or is there so much momentum going in their favor after taking the lead in the division with only single-digit games to go? Your thoughts?
I mean, I wouldn't say fatigue is a problem. You know, baseball is a sport that you play constantly. It's game after game after game, not a whole lot of rest days. So I don't think fatigue is the issue for these guys. If anything, it's just a lot of energy and a lot of confidence after a win like that, because they were down 10-3 at one point in that ball game. It looked pretty bleak. I was there as a fan watching next to the dugout, and the energy was down. They weren't, like, Billy Du Bois just started to get a little frustrated, but the bats got hot. The team rallied together, and you could feel the excitement and the genuine just team ability to just go out there and hammer it and get the win. It was something that we haven't seen from the team in that complete full collection of a moment. I think the whole season, and it was a great time for it to come out, certainly.
We'll get you the lineups here. First, starting with the visitors, the normal CornBelters on the road at Illinois Valley. Leading off, playing shortstop, the right-hander Zach Sykowski. Following him, the left-handed third baseman Tyler Castro, who's top 10 in the Prospect League in batting average with a 342. And then the hard-hitting first baseman Judah Morris that Griffin Leonard, I'll let you touch on. Can't seem to miss a barrel in any of his times to the plate.
Yeah, he's been absolutely so impressive since joining this CornBelters team. This is a guy that was just sitting on his couch playing video games the first half of the summer. Decided he wanted to get a few swings in, and look what happened. And I tell you, the CornBelters could not have needed him more at the stage of the season where they were at. He was the perfect energy boost, and it's continued game after game after game. He's reached base in every single game he's played in a CornBelter uniform. 10-game hit streak, and he put up a couple of huge monster home runs for home runs 5 and 6 in just 15 games.
Following him in the order, the designated hitter Landon Johnson, and then a couple of outfielders. Starting in left field, the right-hander Will Jeske, and the center fielder Griffin Brown, who will also swing it from the right side, heading to Michigan State. Rounding out the lineup, righty-lefty-righty, starting with the second baseman Tyler Thompson, who typically is an outfielder for this CornBelters team, but right now, a little bit of traffic in the outfield with Jeske, Brown, Wiegand all getting the start. So Thompson, who's been a tough out, getting slotted in on the infield grass over on the right side at second. The lefty, Austin Wiegand, looking to pick back up where he was really swinging a hot bat throughout June, but slumping as of late, a chance to get back on the right side of the hit column tonight. And behind the dish, who will catch the balls and strikes for the starter Peyton Plim, is Chris Susky. That's the starting 9 for the CornBelters. Flipping it to the home Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp, which, man, can they get it going offensively and pour it on in bunches. Starting with Ryan Nedved, the lefty swinging second baseman. He'll lead it off, hitting .304, complemented by a .419 on-base percentage. Kyle Gibson, who leads the Prospect League in hits, will bat second from the left side and play shortstop. Batting third and playing right field, Tyler Dorsch. And then 4, 5, 6. They certainly don't seem to drop off there. The first baseman, Makana Alaso. He'll play first base and swing from the right side. 6'3", 235-pound sophomore from the University of Hawaii. Batting fifth from Chicago, Illinois, Louis Perona. He's batting .319 with nearly a 500 OBP. A typical cleanup man, but getting slotted in hitting sixth tonight is the designated hitter Will Ashley. He swings from the right side, 6'4", 200-pound freshman. 7, 8, 9, a couple of guys from UIC, Pombos Olaudis. He plays third base from the University of Illinois, Chicago, and then following him, the right-handed center fielder Lucas Smith, and from Elgin Community College, the right-handed catcher Nick Weaver. So a couple of backstops hitting ninth for their respective squads. CornBelters and Illinois Valley going at it for the fourth time this season. Coaches meeting just commenced at home plate. Our umpires tonight, behind the dish, Vic Partha over at the first base side, Matthew Yokana, and assisting him on the other corner of the infield, Scott Titrington. Adam Hipsky, Griffin Leonard here from Schweikert Stadium in Peru, Illinois at Veterans Memorial Park. It's the first place normal CornBelters and the Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp, who have already clinched the Northwest Division. On the other side, CornBelters Pistol Shrimp here at Schweikert Stadium at Veterans Memorial Park. Adam Hipsky, welcome inside the broadcast booth. To my right, Griffin Leonard, National Anthem. We've done it. It's time for CornBelters Baseball, who take the field for the first time, leaders of the Central Division, tied with the Terre Haute Rex, but hold the tiebreaker after going 2-0 against them this season. A half game up on Full Count Rhythm. Those two will battle it out tonight, yet to get underway due to a couple of delays. Joseph Martin, the 6-foot, 185-pound right-handed freshman, takes the mound for the Pistol Shrimp from SIU Edwardsville. Griffin Leonard, care to set the field defensively for Illinois Valley?
Well, if you insist, Adam, yeah, let's take us through it. So the Pistol Shrimp going left to right in the outfield. Louis Perona in left field. You got Smith out there spearheading the outfield in straightaway center, and Tyler Dorsch, a hard hitter, in right. Then the infield on the hot corner, Pombo Nicoludis. Then, of course, at shortstop, the two-hole hitter today, Kyle Gibson. Second base, it is Ryan Nedved. And then at first base, Makana Olaso. And then, of course, the battery, as you mentioned, starting pitcher today for the Pistol Shrimp, Joseph Martin, making his sixth start of the season. And catching him behind the plate will be Weaver.
Griffin, thank you. Top of the first, we're ready to get underway from Peru. The right-handed shortstop, Zach Zajkowski, takes a deep breath outside of the batter's box, says hello to home plate umpire Vic Partha, and he's ready to get underway. Lights are on at Schweikert Stadium. Both umpires signal they're ready to go. Partha signals, let's play ball, to the righty Martin, who out of the windup goes home. The first pitch popped up out of play. We are underway with a 7:05 first pitch time, right on schedule here at Veterans Memorial Park. No balls, one strike to Zajkowski, in field playing him straight up. Martin kicks and delivers. A fastball just below the knees for ball one, and the count's even to Zajkowski, who's hitting .338 this summer for the CornBelters. 79 degrees, partly cloudy skies. The 1-1 offering. A slider right across the heart of the plate. Zajkowski looks at strike two, and Martin works ahead in the first at-bat of the evening. 1-2, Martin. Out of the windup, goes home. Tapped foul, Zajkowski stays alive. Hitting .416 over the course of the last 2 weeks, 15 of 36. Has become an everyday leadoff hitter for Billy DuBois. Here's the 1-2. Fastball called strike three. Dots the outer half, and the first retiree of the evening for Joseph Martin is a punch-out looking. There's one away in the top of the first, no score.
You know, Hipsky, obviously it's important every game to try to get going early offensively. It's especially important against this Pistol Shrimp team. Last time these two teams played, it was a completely different story. But most games, the Pistol Shrimp can be expected to come out really hot offensively. Joseph Martin is going to make these guys work.
First pitch to the left-handed third baseman, Tyler Castro. A breaking ball misses down and away. Ball one. 1-0 to Castro, who's top 10 in the Prospect League in batting average, sporting a .342. The 1-0. Lined into center field. Smith is in on it and makes a grab medium depth just above his shoulder for the second out of the inning. 2 up, 2 down so far in the top of the first for Joseph Martin. Like Griffin mentioned, making his sixth start, a 3-0 record. 24 2/3 innings of work, a 2.92 ERA, and 27 strikeouts. And now here's the dangerous man on the Prospect League, the right-handed first baseman, Judah Morris. Has left the yard in 3 consecutive games, did it twice last night against Terre Haute. The first pitch, called strike, a fastball at the knees on the outer half, counts 0-1 to Morris. Homered in 5 of his last 6. Rests the bat on his right shoulder. Here's the 0-1. A slider that dives below the zone. Count levels, ball and a strike.
You know, I asked Judah about his hot bat as of now. He said he's feeling better than he has in a while, and he's looking to hit a couple more tonight.
Here's the offering. A changeup Outside edge, called strike, 1-2. Morris yet to swing at a pitch. 6'3", 245-pound junior from Illinois State. The 1-2. A fastball just downstairs. Morris looks at it. The count's 2-2 now. Morris joined the team on July 3rd in Springfield. Had an off night there, but since been unstoppable. The 2-2 with 2 away in the top of the first. Grounded up the middle and over the second base bag into center field for a base hit. So a 2-out knock for Morris, who is already hitting .404 this summer. Adds to that, and that brings up the left-handed designated hitter Landon Johnson, who's 4th in the Prospect League in average and 2nd in the Prospect League in hits. The only guy he trails is playing shortstop right now for the Pistol Shrimp, Kyle Gibson. 2 outs, top of the first, no score. 1 runner on, that's Morris, who's being held on by Olasso. Out of the stretch, Martin goes home. A fastball misses in the left-handed batter's box. And the count is 1-0 to Johnson. 6 home runs this season, was 2 for 4 with 3 RBIs yesterday. The 1-0. A breaking ball that misses outside. A similar miss. And the count is 2-0. Johnson 5th in the Prospect League in home runs. With those 6. Standing tall, 6'4", 230-pound sophomore from Fort Branch, Indiana, the 2-0. A fastball misses outside again. Pretty identical misses so far from Martin, and the count's 3-0 to Johnson. Will Jeske is on deck. 3-0 out of the stretch from Martin. He goes home and misses below the zone. A fastball at the ankles and a 4-pitch walk to Johnson moves 2 runners onto the base paths. One Johnson over to first, and the other one Morris onto second with 2 away in the top of the first. Still no score. Will Jeske to the dish.
Well, you can see after they hit from Judah Morris, you can see Martin kind of double take with Landon Johnson coming up to the plate. Think about it maybe a little too much, and now there's 2 on for another dangerous hitter in Jeske.
Jeske, the right-hander. First pitch, a slider at the knees, called strike. Jeske was 0 for 8 heading into last night's game against Terre Haute, but got back on the right note. 2 for 4 with an RBI. Here's the 0-1. Called strike. Another off speed. This one a changeup, and Jeske's looked at 2 pitches, both called strikes, and the count's 0-2. Top of the first here at Schweikert Stadium. CornBelters and Pistol Shrimp. Martin out of the stretch, goes home. Grounded left side and foul to the left of third base coach Josh Foreman. And Jeske stays alive for at least another pitch. Count still 0-2. Martin making his 3rd appearance against the CornBelters this season. One on May 30th and the other one on June 4th. Both out of the pen. His first start against Normal. The 0-2 from Martin to Jeske. A fastball that rides away from the left fielder. Ball 1. Martin back on May 30th. Made his debut with the Pistol Shrimp. Went 3 innings. Had his worst outing of the year. 4 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. Followed it up with a much better outing on June 4th. 2 on, the 1-2 with 2 away. A changeup below the zone. And the count has worked even to Jeske. On June 4th, went 3 innings, no hits, just 1 run. His real blemish was in the base on balls department. Surrendered 4 free passes. Here's the 2-2. Grounded left side. Nicolas grounds it and strands Morris in between second and third. The 2 stand straight up, realize they've reached an impasse. Nicolaus tags Morris for the 3rd out of the inning. So, no runs on 1 hit and no errors in the field for the Pistol Shrimp. To the bottom of the first we go. No score. You're listening to CornBelters Baseball on the home of Belters Ball. Bottom of the first, still no score here at Schweikert Stadium at Veterans Memorial Park in Peru, Illinois. Adam Hipsky to my right, Griffin Leonard. To the bottom of the first, Illinois Valley set to take their first hacks at the dish, but Griffin Leonard, do you want to work through the field defensively for us?
Yeah, it went so well the first time, might as well do it again. The Belters trot out a pretty similar starting nine to what we're used to seeing, with one notable exception. The outfield of Will Jeske, Griffin Brown, and Austin Wiegand left to right in the outfield. Then Tyler Castro at the hot corner, Zach Sidkowski at shortstop, Tyler Thompson starting at second base. That's an interesting one, but Judah Morris at first. And then, of course, the battery of Sue Husky and the pitcher, Peyton Plim.
Plim will toe the first base side of the rubber. Here's the first pitch to Ryan Nedved. A changeup misses outside. Ball one, Plim making his CornBelters debut, the 6'3", 210-pound junior from the University of Indianapolis. Features a two-seam fastball, changeup, and a cutter that he'll work in occasionally, but primarily the two-pitch mix. 1 ball, no strikes to Nedved, the lefty swinging second baseman from SIU Edwardsville. Out of the windup, Plim deals another changeup and misses in a similar spot. 2 balls, no strikes to the second baseman.
This is a guy I'm really interested to see how he goes here, because he really didn't pitch a whole lot in the KCL, only 13 innings logged in 6 appearances.
2-0, hit in the air, right field. Wiegand's back heading towards the alley and makes the grab for out number 1. So, Plim fires 2 straight balls, but Nedved swings at the 2-0. And there's one away in the bottom of the first. Still no score between the CornBelters and Pistol Shrimp. Now a dangerous hitter steps in, the lefty swinging shortstop from Illinois State, Kyle Gibson, who leads the Prospect League in hits. The first offering to him misses outside. Another changeup, and the count's 1-0. Yet to see the two-seam fastball from Plim. Here's the 1-0. Now he goes fastball, misses downstairs and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. So the only strike Plim has thrown so far through 5 pitches was the fly out to right. Here's the offering. A changeup outside. And back-to-back lefties, and Plim has gone the heavy dosage away from the hitters. Here's the 3-0. Misses at the feet of Gibson, and a 4-pitch walk to the dangerous bat. And there's 1 out and a runner on for the Pistol Shrimp in the bottom of the first. That brings up the right-hander Tyler Dorsch from Concordia College in Chicago. Top 5 in the Prospect League in hits, hitting .333 this summer with a .403 on-base percentage. Morris holding on Gibson at first. There's 1 out. Plim out of the stretch. Shakes and goes home. Changeup outside. Trying to paint the outer half. This time missing towards that left-handed batter's box after facing back-to-back lefties. The 1-0, a healthy lead from Gibson. The pitch misses inside at the belt. A two-seam fastball, and the count works to 2 balls, no strikes. Gibson 19 swiped bags this season. He's been thrown out 4 times. Sahusky gunned a man yesterday. The 2-0. A called strike. Fastball at the knees. Counts 2-1. Bottom of the first. Gibson takes a few shuffles. Middle infield at double play depth. Out of the stretch. Fastball. Called strike down the heart of the plate. Tyler Dorsch looks at it. Counts 2-2 to the 6-foot, 190-pound rising senior. 1 away. Plim towing the first base side of the rubber. He shakes, goes home. Change up, hit in the air, right side. Wiegand dances in on it, tailing towards the foul line, and makes a one-handed squeeze for the second out of the inning.
That was uncharacteristically a very conservative at-bat from Tyler Dorsch. I'd expect him to go for that fastball on the 2-1. It's down the heart of the plate. You're ahead in the count. Got a runner on base, but he lets it go, and then he has to fight with 2 strikes, sees the off-speed, and just misses the barrel.
The cleanup man from the University of Hawaii. Plim. Set at the belt. Gibson takes off. Hit and run. Fouled straight back into the screen for strike 1. Makano Olaso. Righty first baseman. Top 5 in the Prospect League and runs batted in. Struggling as of late. Hasn't recorded a hit since July 17th. Still has a .288 batting average. No balls, 1 strike. Plim, a cutter this time, misses outside. Ball and a strike now to the first baseman, Alasso. 6'3", 235-pound sophomore from Winchester, California. A ball and a strike on him. Bottom of the first, still no score. Runner on first, that's Gibson. Here's the offering. Change up, called strike, dots the inner half. Counts 1-2. Gibson reached on a 1-out walk. CornBelters went quietly in the top of the first. We're at Schweikert Stadium. Here's the 1-2. Grounded left side. Zykowski gloves it, flips to Thompson at second. A fielder's choice retires the side for the Pistol Shrimp. No runs, no hits, no errors in the field for the first place CornBelters. To the top of the second we go. Brown, Thompson, and Wiegand due up for normal. Top of the second, still no score at Schweikert Stadium at Veterans Memorial Park in Peru, Illinois. 6, 7, 8, due up, righty, righty, lefty. Starting with the center fielder, Griffin Brown. Joseph Martin, who drew the start for John Jakomic's crew, is back on the hill. He taps the rosin bag, now comes set at the belt. First pitch to Brown out of the windup is a called strike, a changeup off the right hand of Martin, and the count's 0-1.
The first inning was a productive inning both offensively for the Belters and the Pistol Shrimp, and I'm curious how the bottom of the order can really ramp up some production here, given a couple of lower order hitters haven't been doing as much recently.
The 0-1, changeup misses downstairs. The 1-1. Another changeup misses below the zone, and the count is 2-1 to Brown. Bases clear, top of the second. Nobody out, nobody on. Martin kicks and fires. Slider rides away from Brown. The count's 3-1 to the center fielder. Sporting a 10-game hit streak, trying to extend it to 11. His first time to the dish tonight. The 3-1. Swing and a miss. Got him with the high heat. Count runs full to Brown. 1 for 2 with a walk last night in the 12-11 comeback win against Terre Haute that gave the Belters possession of first place. Here's the payoff. Tapped foul. Martin went back to the fastball. Brown doing everything he can to stay alive. The shortstop Gibson playing him to pull. Heels towards that outfield grass. Here's the 3-2 from Martin. Misses upstairs, and Brown draws a walk. A quality at-bat from the center fielder. He draws his 18th base on balls this season. He takes a trot down the first base line. He's greeted by first base coach Ron Juris. Leadoff man aboard for the Belters.
Well, and that's the definition of discipline right there, because you swing at that 3-1, you get a pitch in a similar spot, you show that you've learned something, lay off, and now you got a runner on to start the inning.
First pitch to the right-handed second baseman Tyler Thompson. Out of the stretch, Martin Goes change up, and it's a called strike at the knees, 0-1. Thompson, top 20 in the Prospect League in base on balls. He's collected 25 of them this summer. Talking to him about his approach before the game, here's the 0-1 from Martin. Popped up, curling foul out of play, and it will go past the seats, and the count's 0-2 to Thompson. Kind of just felt like he's just doing his job right there. Typically a bottom of the order guy, but he just wants to turn to the top, get on base, do his job. And, just because there might be guys on doesn't mean you always have to drive them in. Just get the next pitch and find the one you like. The 0-2 is lined out of play, a similar spot further down the right field line, and the count remains 0-2. Thompson, a tough out, just a .217 average, but a .412 on-base percentage. Brown over there gets thrown to first, but he's back with the head-first slide. So as I was introducing the lone base runner, Griffin Brown, Martin goes across his body for the quick pick. But no outs. The 0-2 lifted into deep right field. Dorsch is back on it, a couple feet in front of the track, and he makes the grab for the first out of the inning. Tyler Thompson sees a handful of pitches, but unable to do anything with them, and that brings up the left-handed right fielder, Austin Wiegand.
Well, and Wiegand stepping up here with the left-handed bat, he can put some power on the ball every once in a while. We were having a conversation before the game about the true dimensions of this field, Adam. And with the wind blowing out to right field, if they can hit the ball in the air, they might have a shot.
One out, runner on first. The first pitch is a changeup that misses inside, 1-0. Wiegand struggling as of late, 0 for his last 16, but says that he wants to be more aggressive at the plate. He looks at too many first pitch strikes. He's ahead in the count now, 1-0. Out of the stretch, here's Martin. And this one's a changeup that misses downstairs, and 2 balls, no strikes. So after Wiegand saying that he wanted to be more aggressive and start swinging earlier in counts, he looks at 2 balls, and he's ahead, 2-0. Here's the offering. This one, a breaking ball that misses outside. A nice take from Wiegand. He leads the CornBelters in strikeouts, but right there having really solid discipline in that left-handed batter's box. The right-hander Martin set at the belt, goes home with the 3-0. And this one, a called strike, a fastball just above the knees. And the count is 3-1 to Wiegand. 2 home runs, 8 doubles. The 5'10", 185-pound freshman from Carl Sandburg. The 3-1. Lofted into shallow left field. Heading towards the line is Perona. He makes the grab. And there's 2 outs. Still a runner on first, but no score in the top of the second between the Pistol Shrimp and the CornBelters.
This zone has been a little bit hard to identify for both the pitchers and the hitters so far. Vic Partha is calling it tight, and there were a couple of pitches on the outer half to Wiegand that looked like they could have been called a strike earlier in the count, and then the 3-1 maybe a tad off the zone that Wiegand chased and flied to left.
The number 9 hitter, Chris Sahusky, digs in the right side. First offering to him, a called strike. Finds the bottom rail, and the count's 0-1 to the backstop. Who, similar to Wiegand, is struggling as of late. Just 1 for his last 18. He was 0 for 2 last night, was pinch hit for against Terre Haute. The 0-1 driven into left center field, down for a base hit. Brown moves to second. He takes a turn for third, but retreats to the bag 180 feet away. And a nice job from the bottom of the order, Chris Sahusky, drawing a 2-out single. There's 2 men on, and the lineup card turns over to the shortstop, Zach Zykowski.
Well, that's exactly what I was talking about, Adam, at the beginning of the inning. You guys got Wiegand, you got Sahusky that haven't hit very well, and you see them putting good contact on the ball. Sahusky drives to the left center field. This is a guy who's 1 for his last 12 coming in today, and that's a solid base hit.
2 on the right-hander Zykowski. Out of the stretch, here goes Martin. A slider that paints the outside corner. A questionable call from home plate umpire Vic Partha, but 0-1 is the count on the shortstop. Nobody being held on. Brown at second. Sahusky on first. The 1. A fake pick over to the bag at first from Weaver, but nobody on first. Husky heads back willingly anyways, but count is 1-1 to Zykowski, who struck out looking his first time up to lead things off in this ball game. The 1-1. Popped up, left side, back to the wall. Perona looks up, and it's gone. Zach Zykowski puts the CornBelters on the board first. In the top of the second, they lead it 3-0. Zykowski's second home run of the season, and the Belters up by 3.
That's one of the nice things about this ballpark. I mean, that's a fly ball to left field anytime, any day at the Corn Crib, but Zykowski gets a good barrel on the ball, drives it, line drive out to left field, and with the wind and a little bit of help, it gets over the wall, and the CornBelters strike first here in this contest.
First pitch here to the lefty Tyler Castro with a 3-run lead. A slider dives in below the knees of Castro, and the count's 1-0. 6'1", 190-pound junior from Eastern Illinois. Base is now clear after the 3-run shot from Zykowski. The pitch is lifted out of play. Ball and a strike now to Castro. Flew out to the center fielder his first time up. A nice job there from Husky, keeping the inning alive, hitting just 176 this season. But a 2-out single there makes it a 3-0 game instead of moving it to the top of the third. 1-1. This is away. A changeup from Martin and Castro. Ahead 2-1. 1 for 5 with an RBI. 12-11 victory over the Rex a night ago. Here's the 2-1. Smoked into center field. Smith's back, and he makes the catch a foot in front of the track for out number 3. So, 2 hits, 3 runs, no errors in the field for the Pistol Shrimp. But the CornBelters, after a 3-run home run from Zykowski, have taken the lead in the top of the second. To the bottom of the inning we go. 5, 6, 7. We'll swing it on the other side for Illinois Valley, right here on the home of CornBelters baseball. Bottom of the second, CornBelters lead at 3-0 following the blast from Zach Zykowski that brought in Griffin Brown and Chris Husky. But now Peyton Plim returns to the hill for his second inning of work. Needed 16 pitches to retire the top of the Pistol Shrimp side in the bottom of the first. And now this brings up the left-handed left fielder, Luis Perona. First pitch out of the windup. Squares to bunt, lays it down. Comebacker to the pitcher's mound. Plim goes to first. And it's in time. A nice play there from Peyton Plim. Getting off the mound quickly, getting a bare hand on it, and going across his body to the first baseman Morris. Staying alert out there, making his CornBelters debut. There's 1 out in the bottom of the second. CornBelters lead at 3-0. And the designated hitter, Will Ashley, digs in from the right side. The righty Plim set at the letters, brings it down to the belt, goes home. First pitch changeup misses downstairs, and the count is 1-0 to Ashley, who has 4 home runs and knocked in 21 this season. A ball and no strikes. The offering. Another changeup, similar spot, similar miss, called ball, and the count is 2-0 to the 6'4", 200-pound freshman from San Francisco, California. Plim kicks, fires. Popped up out of play, right side. Behind the seats, and first strike on Ashley. The count's 2-1. Hitting .284 this summer. Base is clear, 1 out. The pitch. Misses inside at the knees. A two-seam fastball. Ashley looks at ball 3. 3-1 the count. Plim goes home. Grounded left side. Zykowski has to charge. Gloves it on the dirt. Flips to first. Pulls Morris off the bag. But he applies the tag on the shoulder for the second out of the inning. A heck of a play from Morris right there. Making chicken salad off the throw from Zykowski. There's 2 outs. And Pombo Nicolotis into the dish.
Yeah, that's an important play by Zykowski. He's coming in, hustling hard. Can't make his body fully upright to make the throw. He's got to make it at that 3/4 angle. The throw pulls him off, but Judah Morris did a good job to hang in there and apply the tag.
Right on right, the matchup here to the third baseman from UIC. The delivery. Called strike. Change up at the knees, and the count is 0-1. CornBelters were just here a couple of nights ago. The 0-1 misses inside. Ball on a strike now. And delivered a pounding to the Pistol Shrimp, 15-0. A game that only needed 7 innings to be decided. Here's the 1-1. A slider dots the outer edge. Called strike, and Plim works himself ahead. A ball and 2 strikes. Defense playing him straight up. Right on right the matchup. The 1-2. A changeup dives in the dirt, and the count levels 2-2. Nicolotis hitting .286, .366 on-base percentage. 14 RBIs, no home runs. Not a ton of power for the freshman. Here's the 2-2. Tapped foul back into the screen. And count remains even. Back-to-back UIC Flames here in the bottom of the order for the Pistol Shrimp. Lucas Smith is on deck. Here's the delivery. Hit in the air, right center field. Tough play for Brown and Wiegand, and it's down in the alley and takes 1 hop off the wall. Rounding first and cruising into second with a 2-out, 2-bagger is Pombo Nicolotis, and the Pistol Shrimp have a man in scoring position, and his college teammate Lucas Smith, the righty swinging center fielder, will step in looking to bring in his 17th run of the 2024 summer.
Yeah, really good swing there from Nicolotis to go opposite field, crank that thing on 1 hop to the wall. It's his 5th double of the season. He knows how to hit, and now the Pistol Shrimp, after getting their first hit of the evening, can try to put up their first run.
2 outs, runner on second. Bottom of the second, CornBelters lead at 3-0. Plim out of the stretch goes home. First pitch, line foul. Back to the right side, into the screen, catches the netting, and the count is 0-1 to the center fielder, hitting .333 this summer with a .480 on-base percentage. Smith making his 25th start this summer. No balls, 1 strike. Plim does a double take at second, now goes home. Called strike, a changeup at the knees. No balls, 2 strikes to Smith, who did not play a couple of nights ago in that 15-0 defeat to the CornBelters, but was 1 for 2 last night against Danville. The 0-2 with 2 away from Plim. Collects himself, goes down the hill. A changeup misses at the belt. Inside, counts 1-2. 5'11", 190-pound freshman, staring out at the pitcher's mound at the 6'3", 210-pound junior. Right on right the matchup. Plim set just above the belt. Goes home. And a 2-seam fastball rides up and in at Smith. And he looks at ball 2. The count levels 2-2. With 2 outs. Similar spot that Nicolotis was in. And he's standing on second after pounding a double into the right center field gap. Here's the pitch. Grounded left side. Another tough play from Zykowski. A couple of hops. He fields it. Flips to first. It's in time. So, the Pistol Shrimp strand their lone base runner over there on second after a 2-out double. But that's all they'll get. A couple of putouts from Zach Zykowski makes it a 3-run game. Still, as we head to the top of the third, I'll pass it to Griffin Leonard. He'll get you through a few. I'll be back, and he'll be back right here on the home of CornBelters Baseball.
Top half of inning number 3 here at Schweikert Stadium in Peru, Illinois, the home of the Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp. The Shrimp back into the field for the third inning. Joseph Martin, after surrendering a 3-run shot, will now face the hardest hitters of the order in Morris, Johnson, and Jeske. Judah Morris steps in, and the first pitch from the right-hander is ripped down the left field line, just foul of the third base line. It missed by a few inches, and it is strike 1. Judah put a good swing on it. He singled to center field his first time up, trying to extend and continue his streak of dominance here in the Prospect League. 0-1 from the windup, Martin getting set to come home. And the pitch is a fastball, spikes in the dirt, and it is gloved cleanly by the catcher Weaver, and the count is even at 1. Judah Morris will be followed up by the left-handed hitting Landon Johnson. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch is a slider going away from the hitter. Appeal down to first. They say he did go around, so a called strike on the swing, and the count will be 1-2. So, ball and 2 strikes to Judah Morris. The pitch outside, and the count is even. Morris, the big right-handed hitter, facing the defensive lineman and Nicoludis, Gibson, Nedved, and Alasso. The 2-2 is a changeup that dies in and perhaps a tad low. 3-2 as the count reaches its maximum. Outfield for the Pistol Shrimp, Perona, Smith, and Tyler Dorsch. They have been tested so far. 3-2 to Morris, and the pitch rides inside and tags him on the left leg. A hit by pitch off the leg of Judah Morris. It's the 3rd time he's been plunked this season, and the Belters have a man on to start the 3rd.
That's not a bad miss considering who's at the plate, but after you had already dealt him over a handful of pitches, that's a pitch that you want to have back, a free pass. Limiting him to only 1 base is probably a good thing in hindsight, but still, I mean, you want to give that up earlier rather than later.
Yeah, well, and I think on the other side, Judah's probably annoyed it hit him because he would have had ball 4 anyway. But Landon Johnson will take the left-handed batter's box as Morris stands on first. The first pitch is hit hard into center field. It's curving toward the left center field gap, but trotting over to catch it will be Smith, and there is 1 away. It was hit solidly off the bat of Johnson. It looked like it might have enough tail to get into the gap, but the center fielder did a good job of running it down, and Lucas Smith puts away the first out of the inning. So Morris still stands on first. Will Jeske, the CornBelters left fielder, will take the stride First pitch from the stretch, and it's a slider cutting away, missing outside, ball 1. Juski 0 for 1 today. 1-0 the count, and the pitch is in there for a called strike. Will Juski has been pretty solid for these CornBelters as of late. 10 for his last 30. He was 2 for 4 with a double, a walk, and a couple of stolen bases last night in the win against Terre Haute. The pitch is grounded left side. It's a chopper. Fielded, well, not fielded. It's between the legs of the third baseman, Nicoludis, and everybody's safe. It'll be an error on the third baseman, and Juski will reach for the first time today.
Nicoludis, pretty much a sure hand over there at the hot corner. Just one error. That was his second of the season, and I didn't see it take a bad hop or anything. Just pulled his head, pulled his glove, trying to get up the line and make the throw. But just, like I said, pulled it, and Wiljeski's on first.
Well, he did a good job of getting to it before it reached the dirt so that there wasn't that change of grounding, as the first pitch is a curveball on the inside corner to Griffin Brown. So he had an even hop, just couldn't come up with it, as you mentioned. So 2 on, runners on second and first in Morris and Juski, and Griffin Brown, the Michigan State future Spartan, is at the plate. The 0-1 rides up and in, nearly tags him on the shoulder, but he hits us with a matrix move to get out of the way, and the count is even at 1. Griffin Brown, the right-handed hitter, as you mentioned earlier today, trying to extend his hit streak as the pitch is on the outside corner. Brown has extended his on-base streak to 11 games. He's trying to extend his hit streak to the same, where he currently sits at 10. He's had a hit in every game he's played in since July 11th, only missing 1 game in that time. The 1-2 is hit right side, drifting foul and clanging off the fence, separating the fans from the field of play. A new ball into play, and the 1-2 will come up once again. What Griffin Brown has done well, he's hit quite a few doubles. 3 doubles in his last 4 games. 1-2 pitch, and he goes after that one, fouling it away. And now you're thinking Griffin Brown, he's on this hit streak, but he's still only hitting .272. Well, what's the catch? Well, the thing is, in his 10-game hit streak, 9 of those 10 games were single hit. He's struggled to put together multi-hit performances, doing just enough to extend that streak. But he reached base his first time, and here's the 1-2. And it is fouled back to the screen as he continues to make the pitcher Joseph Martin work.
Well, that's what Griffin Brown does so well, is fouling off those 2-strike counts. He draws a lot of walks, and yeah, he's not a high-power guy, but he gets contact. He plays good defense. He's been a really solid addition since June 17th, the Belters.
So another 1-2 pitch upcoming to the righty. Right on right, match up the pitch, and that one is a swing and a miss. A slider away from the hitter. Griffin Brown went after it. That's his 7th strikeout in the last 4 games. And Brown will walk back to the dugout. 2 away as Tyler Thompson will stride up and try to plate a couple more for Normal. Thompson, a bat on the rise to the CornBelters. 2 on, 2 out. First pitch, low and away, skipping in the dirt on the way into the glove of the catcher. Tyler Thompson, 0 for 1 today. Would do nicely with the hit here. He's got Morris on second and Will Juski on first base. The 1-0 sits in the middle of the plate and he drives it to left center field. Will it get down? Yes, it will, in front of Smith. Rounding third is Judah Morris. The throw is unable to be scooped up by the cutoff man. Will Juski took an aggressive turnaround third, but he will walk back to the third base bag. It's an RBI hit for Tyler Thompson, who's got his 5th hit in his last 9 at-bats.
That's just what we saw the other night from the Pistol Shrimp, not being sharp in the field defensively. It should have been a single base for Tyler Thompson, but a lazy throw in, just worrying about getting it to the plate, then dropping it on the cutoff man, and then Thompson takes advantage and he hits to second. Should have been a single, but he'll take 2, and now a pair in scoring position.
They will score it a single, an RBI single for Tyler Thompson. He advances to second on throw. Wiegand ropes the ball into right center. That's going to actually hook toward the line and get all the way to the wall. 2 runs will score. Wiegand with a hard turnaround second, but he will stand in with a stand-up 2-run, 2-out double. And the CornBelters are racking it up here in the third.
How about that to break an 0 for your last 17 streak? A 2 RBI double. Belters with a half dozen advantage here early on. Similar start from what we saw the other night in Peru.
Yeah, they put up an impressive 15 runs in a 7-inning Mercy Rule win over the Pistol Shrimp, their first win over Illinois Valley this season. But you're right, now the bottom of the order getting going. You mentioned him over his last 16 coming into today. It's his first hit since July 14th, and it was an absolute rope. So it'll bring up Chris Suhusky, who also had a hit his first time. Wiegand stands on second. The pitch is off the outside part of the plate, out of the hand of Martin, and he is behind 1-0 to the hitter Suhusky. Martin trying to get out of this with as little damage as possible, and misses in the same spot with the off speed on the 1-0, make that 2-0. So Suhusky with the hitter's count and a man on second base. The pitch from the righty is also outside. That release point has become a struggle for Martin, who's now at risk of walking the 9-hole hitter to bring up a man who hit a home run in his last at-bat, in Zach Zykowski. 3-0 pitch. Down the heart of the plate, taken all the way by the catcher, and the count's 3-1. So the CornBelters balloon the lead to 6, looking to tack on a little bit more. They're out hitting the Shrimp 5-1, and now the 3-1 swung on the fastball, swung right through it, and Suhusky has allowed the pitcher Martin to get back into this one. It's 3-2 now. Payoff pitch upcoming from the right-hander, and here it is. Fouled just off of the glove of Weaver, who couldn't squeeze it. The hands go up from our home plate umpire, Vic Partha, and we will do it again.
Worth noting that Joseph Martin, the starter, his worst outing was against the CornBelters on May 30th. Just 3 earned runs, and he only has 3 right now that are earned, but 6 runs total.
The 3-2 on the outside corner. Suhusky can't believe it, but he goes down looking, but not before the CornBelters tack on 3 in the bottom, or the top half rather, of the third. They'll take that lead into the bottom half, where they try to contain the Shrimp once again. You're listening to CornBelters Baseball on the normal CornBelters Radio Network. Bottom half of inning number 3. Welcome back to CornBelters Baseball live from Peru, Illinois. Griffin Leonard alongside Adam Hipsky, delighted to have made the hour journey north to bring you some live coverage of CornBelters Baseball. First pitch, hammered into left center field. That will send the center fielder way back in Griffin Brown. He looks up and the ball is off the wall. Strolling into second base with a leadoff double is Nick Weaver. That play was way closer than it should have been, Adam.
Well, Griffin Brown just gunned it off the one hop off the wall. Didn't have a great read. Had to kind of back bend to barehand it, but he kind of went from that half bend and then just launched it, and it was right on target. Didn't take a bounce, and Thompson laid the tag. I think Weaver backed off, took a couple of miles per hour off of his jog, but Brown, nice throw, but not in time.
So Peyton Plem will look to respond, and the first pitch is off the outside edge, ball 1 to Nedved. Ryan Nedved in the leadoff spot for the Pistol Shrimp today, and he stands in 0 for 1. Right on left matchup, the 1-0 pitch is on the inner half, just off the plate, 2-0 the count.
Peyton Plem's done so well is locate the strike zone. Just one free pass all game. Even though he has that 6-run lead, gotta continue to pound the zone. Make your defense work. Don't let them get on base.
2-0 in there for a called strike.
Just don't let them get on base. See if the walk. Get the zone. They haven't, outside of that last hit, they haven't really tagged the ball super well. So defense has played well. Infield's looked solid. Make them do the work out there.
Just 2 hits so far in 2+ innings. That one is chopped, and it heads up foul. And that's one of the things you'll see with this grass field instead of the turf. The ball trickled fair. It was a fair ball without a doubt, and it hit the lip of the grass in the dirt and completely changed direction and bounced to the other side of the foul line. I think he would have beat that out had it stayed fair, Hipsky.
I think so too, and on that same line of thinking, I think that's a bunt single if we're at the Corn Crib and not here in Peru.
Oh, I 100% agree. And it's one of the things you'll see different ballparks. Some balls stay fair, some balls stay in play at the Corn Crib. Of course, some balls find their way over the short porch in right field that wouldn't go out in some other ballparks as the 2-1s fouled back to the screen and it evens the count. It's the beautiful thing about baseball. It seems like every other sport, every field is the same. The stadiums will have their differences, but the field is the same. Baseball, there's slight variances, and it's just one of the things that makes the beautiful game so beautiful indeed. 2-2 pitch from the lefty or from the righty, and it's roped into center. Griffin Brown has a tough time with it, makes the diving catch. Tagging at second, they're going to go to second base. And they will say he tagged up. Did you get a good look at that, Adam, on the tag up from second base? Because it definitely looked like Weaver thought that ball was going to get down.
I agree. I do think Nick Weaver was there, and Matthew Yokana, who's been our first base umpire, worked his way over into the middle of the infield. He had a perfect view on it. I can't see it, but I'm going to trust his judgment since he's right there.
Infielders will stay back with the man on third now and 1 out after Weaver tags from second to third base. Kyle Gibson, who walked, will step in now in the left-handed batter's box, and he faces the 0-1. He pokes it left side. It'll send the left fielder Jeske back. He makes the catch kind of nonchalantly, and they will not test the runner at home, so coming in to score with ease is Weaver, and the Pistol Shrimp have their first run of the game.
And that's completely fine. When you lead it by 6, I like that approach from Plem. That's one of the best hitters in the Prospect League in Gibson, but he didn't care. He just wanted to get the out, let your defense do the work, surrender 1 run, you're still up 5.
First pitch outside to Tyler Dorsch. You turn the page from Gibson, and you get hit with another one of the best hitters in this Pistol Shrimp lineup, and that's the reason why they've already clinched a playoff berth. Their offense is unbelievable as that ball shot into right field. It'll hook over and stay up for Wiegand, who makes the catch. But 1 run on the board for the Shrimp in inning number 3, and the CornBelters take a 5-run advantage into the 4th when we return. Back here for the top half of the 4th inning, Zach Zykowski will bring the top half of the order to the dish for inning number 4 to try to add on to this lead. A new pitcher for the Pistol Shrimp. The day is done for Martin, and his SIU Edwardsville teammate Andrew Ressler will relieve him. The righty out of the windup delivers the first pitch, which tails outside to Zach Zykowski. Ressler, 17 innings pitched on the season, 2-1 record out of 6 appearances, and a 4 ERA. Curveball in there for a strike to even the count at 1. Zykowski hit a home run to left field his last time up, and will try to start the inning off with a bang once again. 1-1 to the backstop as it missed the glove of the catcher Weaver by a few inches. Following up Zykowski in the inning will be the 2-3-4 hitters of Castro, Morris, and Johnson. 2-1, just off the outer edge of the plate. 3-1 the count to Zykowski. Zach Zykowski moving into the shortstop role full time. He played a lot of third, a lot of second, but with Eddie Letamendi done for the season, he will play the shortstop role as he shoots a ball to right center field. It gets over the head of Nedved at second base, and it's a leadoff single for Zach Zykowski, who's got a couple of hits on the day.
Zykowski, more of a contact guy, but showed his power earlier, but he's putting all of it on full display tonight. A nice little slap shot base knock for the leadoff man, getting things started, leading off the top of the 4th.
Tyler Castro, the lefty, into the box now with the man on first. And the first pitch is hit hard to the right side. It's gloved on the backhand. They'll go to second for 1. Double clutch, and they throw on to first in time to get Castro, who slowed down on his way down to the first base bag. Mental error from the CornBelters. And a double play.
We'll see what Billy decides to do. Castro, I don't know if he thought he had beaten it out. Olaso took a while to go to second, and Castro started pumping his feet just to prevent injury, sort of like a closeout in basketball.
Judah Morris, the first pitch to him is a curveball down and away. 1-0 the count after Wrestler misses with the off speed. But yeah, it was interesting. Maybe there was a little bit of a twinge of something in one of the legs as the 1-0 comes in, and it's in there for a strike. But there was no doubt about it. Castro did not run that out, and it probably cost him.
He did deal with a quad injury earlier this year. It ailed him for about a week, 2 weeks, but been 100% for most of it.
The 1-1 is another off speed, tailing away from Judah Morris, who swings through it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So a promising start to the inning now leaves the CornBelters just a strike away from going down with the minimum batters sent to the plate. And the 1-2 just misses outside. Good spot on the 2-strike pitch from Wrestler, with Morris undoubtedly thinking about that outside pitch after seeing a couple of off speed earlier in the at-bat. 2-2 pitch to Morris, and that pitch is way outside. Maybe not the best spot on that one as it heads to the backstop, and the count is full. Should the inning continue, Landon Johnson will take the bats for the Belters. Johnson 0 for 1. Judah Morris looking for his second hit of the game. 3 balls, 2 strikes from the windup Wrestler, and that ball's hit to left field. It will curl foul off, or maybe just over the fence down in left field. The out-of-play fence, that is, not the home run fence. And another 3-2 upcoming.
It's a similar miss from Morris of what he had earlier. His timing's a little bit off. He's in front of these pitches, pulling a lot.
3-2, misses outside, and a walk on a hard-fought quality at-bat from Judah Morris. And Landon Johnson will be the next to the dish. A little CornBelters trivia here in the 4th inning. Adam, I'm going to involve you on this. And anybody listening at home can certainly ponder it. Judah Morris stands at first base. He's one of 3 active CornBelters hitters, not counting the KCL guys, that have not stolen a bag for the CornBelters this season. So Landon Johnson hits a ball to the third base side. It's gloved by the shortstop Gibson, and taps the second base bag. The question as we send it to the break, who are the other 2 KCL guys not included, active hitters only? We'll let Adam and our audience ponder that as we head to the break. Bottom 4 coming up. The CornBelters lead it by 5. Bottom half of inning number 4, the CornBelters by 5, and a defensive substitution to make note of. Judah Morris's day is done, so the home run streak will end, unfortunately, after the ground out, or the fielder's choice, rather. Mateo Casillas, one of the pickups from the Colonel's Collegiate League. He will take the first base bag from here on out, as Peyton Plim onto the mound for inning number 4. He misses with the first pitch to Alazo. And now, Adam, you've had a little bit of a chance to think about our trivia question as the 1-0 is dealt and grounded left side, fielded on the backhand by Castro the long way across the diamond, and the throw took him way off the back. Tyler Castro's not feeling it out there right now, and there's an error to start the inning.
Trivia question, and we'll get to the play right there.
Well, let me re-ask it just in case anybody
Okay.
wasn't listening. But there's 3 hitters, active hitters on the CornBelters roster, not counting the guys just called up by the KCL, who have not stolen a base. Judah Morris is one of them. Who were the other 2? And I think, Hipsky, you've got your answer.
One is catching balls and strikes behind the dish, and Chris Sahusky.
And the first pitch to Perona is just low of the zone.
And the other one is not on the field right now defensively, but he is hitting. The designated hitter, Landon Johnson.
That would be correct. Good. That's pretty solid work, Adam. You know, as the 1-0 comes in from Plymouth, squared a bunt, and it just misses the strike zone. Suhusky wanted the call, and now they'll have a conversation at the mound with a 2-0 count. You know, when I was looking at a good question for today, I figured, yeah, Landon and Judah, probably the 2 easier ones there, but I figured Suhusky might slip through the cracks, but that was the first one you came up with.
That's our job, to be prepared here. And, yeah, no, I mean, I understand why Sahusky. I'm sure he has the speed, but right now he's been primarily in when Chase Mason's hurt, and you don't want to get your second catcher injured, so why risk it right there?
Well, the meeting is completed, and the 2-0 is upcoming. Here it is. And it just misses the zone. Off the outside edge as the tight zone once again makes an appearance from Vic Partha, and the count is 3-0. And for a struggling pitcher, I mean, Plym's had a really good day, but for a pitcher who's struggling early in this inning, a 2-0 expanded zone would certainly help him as he misses very badly with the 3-0, and it's a 4-pitch walk.
Plym's sitting at about a 60-65 pitch count here. That was his 49th of the evening. Certainly hoping he can get through the 4th. He was working through the first 3 frames pretty well, but right now I think Billy, as he takes a walk out of the first base dugout, this could actually be the day for Peyton Plym, even though he's still 15 pitches away from that limit.
So, yeah, Billy DuBois will head out to the mound. There's 2 runners on base, and a Lazo at second and Perona on first base. It'll be Will Ashley, the right-handed hitter, in the box when we resume. Ashley today hitting in the 6th spot. 284 for this Pistol Shrimp offense for Will Ashley in 27 games played now, counting today. 21 RBIs, 4 home runs, and a stolen base on the season. Adam, it looks like you've got something there. What have you come up with?
Binoculars.
He said binoculars. I don't know if we could pick that up on our analyst microphone, but he's got some binoculars. He's checking out the third base side, trying to get an eye of who is out there pitching. And I believe it is Chris McCormick for the normal CornBelters. So 2 on, nobody out. And Ashley a chance to get the Pistol Shrimp back in this one. Plym trying to respond after the walk. Scoring to bunt as Ashley pops it up right side. So Husky didn't see it, and the count is 0-1.
I understand the bunt call there in terms of there being no outs and 2 runners on, but Will Ashley is a guy that's usually in the heart of this order, hitting 6th tonight, but he has 4 home runs and 21 RBIs. Do you really want to use an out here, at least, an assumed out, when a guy that could really cut this deficit with one swing of the bat?
Well, and especially when you're down 5 runs, just moving the runners over isn't really enough, as there's a nice off-speed pitch hooking down onto the outside part of the zone. 0-2 the count after Plym places a nice one on the outer edge. 0-2, nobody out. The right-hander coming from the windup, bearing down on Will Ashley. Shuffle off second from the leadoff runner, and the pitch misses high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lazo trying to distract Peyton Plym in his first start in a CornBelters uniform. He's being loosely held on by Tyler Thompson, who now backs off. The 1-2 is ripped down the left field line, but it hooks foul out of play. One ball and 2 strikes, the count. Plim taking his time out there on the mound, trying to catch his breath, find his rhythm again, and looking for that all-important first out of the inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Slide step, and the pitch is high. Hit a high fly ball right side, well foul, and well out of play. Another 1-2 upcoming. Defensive alignment for the Belters is Jeske, Brown, and Weekend in the outfield. Castro, Zykowski, Thompson, and now Mateo Casillas at first base, with Suhusky catching the starting pitcher, Peyton Plim, who's out there for any number 4, but struggling to get through it. 1-2. A long time staring down the signals, now steps off and forces a reset from the hitter. Peyton Plim trying to, even though he doesn't maybe feel in control of this game, trying to be in control of the tempo of how this plays out. 1-2. He looks at second, stares back at home, and comes forward. And the pitch is popped up right side. It hooks toward the dugout and will get out of play as well. Crashing down over by the playground on the right side of the fan area. A beautiful little ballpark here in Peru, Illinois. I was talking to CornBelters coach Ron Juris before the game, and we both agreed it's like a nice high school field. You got the seats, but it doesn't necessarily feel like a stadium as the 1-2 misses outside, but a really nice brick facade of the ballpark. Sponsorships down or lined across the outfield fence. It's a beautiful stadium. 2-2. And the pitch is potentially offered at. They'll say no swing on the appeal. And the count will go full. It was a slider away from the hitter. And Ashley chopped his bat at it partially, but not enough to cause the strike 3 call from Yokana. 3-2. The count is full. And a incredibly important payoff pitch upcoming from Plim. And the pitch is hit high into left field. Going back on it is Jeske. He's at the track. He's looking up, and he will not make the catch. He fields it, throwing it in hard. Zykowski on the relay will not get the runner at home as Olazo scores from second base. It's a RBI double, and Will Ashley helps to cut into this lead a little bit. Billy DeVoy walking out to the dugout, and this will do it for Peyton Plim.
That was a hard hit ball, and I'm not sure if Jeske could have gotten a read on it, but the way that he continued to twirl and turn his body, there was no chance that he was going to make that catch up against the wall.
So Peyton Plim's day is done. The Pistol Shrimp grab another run, and they threaten for more when we return here on the CornBelters Baseball Network. Back here live for the conclusion of the bottom of the fourth inning. It's a new face on the mound for the CornBelters. It's Chris McCormick. And Adam, a right-handed arm with the potential to get out of this inning as Clem's day is done, but his line is not.
Well, a 6-2 lead right now, 2 in scoring position with nobody out. I think right now you just got to focus on the hitter. It's easy to get caught up in the 2 runners on, but with a 4-run lead, still just pitch to get the outs.
First pitch from the right-hander is right down the heart of the plate, a called strike. If you're just joining us, the CornBelters with a couple of 3 spots in the second and third innings. The Pistol Shrimp have managed 1 across in the last 2. They now have runners on third and second with no one out. The 0-1 pitch spiked in the dirt, gloved, or at least kept in front of by Suhusky. And the count is 1-1. It's Pombo Nicoludis batting for the Pistol Shrimp. Nicoludis in the 7th spot, hitting .286. The 1-1, he went after it, kind of a 3/4 of a swing, but well around enough to draw the point from our home plate umpire, Vic Partha. And the count is 1-2 after the outside fastball. McCormick getting set to deliver. He brings the right leg up and comes home, and he spikes it again. It's blocked by the catcher. The count 2-2. Perona standing on third base. Will Ashley, after his RBI double to left, stands on second. McCormick would love to get the first out without either of them moving. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nicoludis. The pitch, just low of the knees, looked to be the change up, and the count is full. First base unoccupied. That's Mateo Casillas standing over there after relieving Judah Morris. Ground ball right side. That'll score 1. Fielded cleanly by Tyler Thompson, who throws over with the short arm to first base. And there's 1 out, but another run in for the Shrimp, who cut the lead to 3. And it's something Illinois Valley are very good at doing. The offense is flashy at times, but you can expect more than not that in the end, they will at least be able to put something across. And chasing a deficit like this, they don't roll over. They continue to do what they do. Just slowly but surely fight back into it. The first pitch low, gloved by Suhusky to Lucas Smith.
McCormick continues to struggle with his command here. The infield in, not sure if that applies maybe some extra pressure on the right-hander, but having a tough time dealing strikes with the time being.
1-0 pitch. And a line drive between the right side of the infield. They were in. It wouldn't have really mattered if they were normal depth. The single goes into right field, and it scores another. 6-4.
Bring about the runner on third, and you really have to dial it in if you're McCormick. Just a 2-run lead. Offense is hitting well, but you have that support for a reason. You don't want to lose it, and especially without Judah Morris just now getting pulled, try and get out of this inning, no further damage.
So the 9-hole hitting Nick Weaver takes a strike down the heart of the plate to start his at-bat. McCormick trying to get the 9-hole hitter, maybe generate a double play opportunity, but Weaver nothing to scoff at despite hitting 197 on the season. Roped a double to right center field earlier in the game. He watches a fastball on the outside edge, called a strike, and the count is 0-2.
That's what's so impressive about this Pistol Shrimp offense, because you talk about their pitching, top 5 in ERA, but then they're hitting top 5 in hits and runs batted in as well.
McCormick dials up the breaking ball, and 0-2, skips it in the dirt, and it's blocked by Suhusky. 1-2 the count.
And you aren't that high up in the Prospect League rankings for only having a top half of the order that's strong. When you have your number 9 hitter giving you a double and coming around to score, that just shows how stacked this roster is, that you can give that guy put him down there at the bottom of the order and still expect production.
A ball and 2 strikes. The infield set to turn a couple. Short lead at first from Smith. Slide step delivery, and he chases it. Well outside of the plate, and a strike 3 on the swing. Nick Weaver goes down swinging, and Nedved will be the next hitter with 2 down. The tying run at the plate for the Pistol Shrimp, and it's the top of the order for Illinois Valley. First pitch to the lefty, and it's just off the plate, ball 1. Illinois Valley clinched a playoff spot in the first half of the season. Their record overall, an impressive 31-17. CornBelters at 24-22 overall. The pitch low for ball 2, and you can see the Central Division second half standings on the bottom right hand of your screen. For the first time this season, the CornBelters are at the top of the division, and it will be the winner, or at least the top finisher above the top finisher below Danville, as the 2-0 misses inside. So if Danville do win the division, it doesn't really matter. The next best will clinch the playoffs. And the 2-1 upcoming from the right-hander. The pitch from 2-6 is on the outside corner, a called strike. Little update on the on some other Prospect League baseball, Adam.
At Terre Haute in the Central Division matchup, 2 teams that obviously the CornBelters are very up to date with. The Rex lead full count 4-1 on the top of the 9th.
An important score to keep an eye on there. The 2-2 misses low. Spiked in the dirt, gloved again by Sioux Husky, 3 balls and 2 strikes. If Rex get the victory, they would go to 12-8, and they would force the CornBelters to get the win here to keep pace. Full count pitch upcoming. Chris McCormick toes the rubber, brings the leg up and comes forward. Curveball, beauty of a pitch, right there at the heart, and it froze Nedved. Strike 3 looking, and that will retire the side. The Pistol Shrimp digging one back in. They put up 3 in the bottom of the 4th, but the CornBelters hold strong with the relief pitching, and they will hold the lead going into the inning number 5.
Top of the 5th, and Andrew Ressler returns to the hill. He's set to deal to a trio of righties, starting with the left fielder, Will Jeske. 6-4, CornBelters lead it. They got out to a half-dozen advantage after tacking on a trio of runs in the 2nd and 3rd inning, but the Pistol Shrimp have since responded with 4 unanswered. That's how we've reached our score, a 2-run lead for the Belters. Right on right, the matchup, Ressler out of the windup. First pitch, grounded foul, left side. And to the left of the white chalk line, counts 0-1 to Jeske, who's 0 for 2, but reached on an error in the 3rd and came around to score on it. 0-1 from Ressler is on a hop, left side, gloved by Gibson, who transfers into his right hand, throws to first. It's in time for out number 1. So Jeske's struggles tonight continue, and that brings in Griffin Brown, who has a 10-game hit streak, looking to extend it to 11. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. hitting .272, but a .439 on-base percentage. Wrestler kicks and fires. Slider at 73 miles an hour dots the inside corner at the knees, called strike, 0-1. Base is clear, 6-4, Belters lead it. The 0-1. Popped up right side, out of play. Through 2 pitches, Griffin Brown's behind 0-2. So Joseph Martin got the start for the Pistol Shrimp. 3 innings, 5 hits, 6 runs, only half were earned. 2 walks and 3 strikeouts. Here's the 0-2 offering. Grounded foul behind home plate from Griffin Brown, and he stays alive for another pitch. Worked his at-bat in the 2nd inning full, and saw a handful of pitches in the 3rd before striking out on a slider. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 away, the base is cleared. Defense playing him straight up, right on right the matchup. The delivery. Slider is cranked to left. Coming in is Perona, diving to the seat of his pants. He makes the play for the 2nd out of the inning. A nice jump from the left fielder, who's tallied no errors this season in the field. And you see why right there. Makes a nice play. Comes in on it towards the foul line. And there's 2 away in the top of the 5th. CornBelters lead at 6-4. And the second baseman, Tyler Thompson, who's 1 for 2 with a single, rests the bat on his right shoulder, props it up. Here's the first pitch. A fastball at 87 miles an hour, cut on and missed. 0-1 to Thompson. Top 20 in the Prospect League in walks, was 1 for 4 with an RBI last night in the 12-11 victory over Terre Haute. The 0-1 is grounded right side through the hole for a base hit. Tyler Thompson, 2 for 3 now on the night, and a 2-out single for the Belters. Have their first base runner of the inning. They lead it 6-4 in the top of the 5th. And now Austin Wiegand, who just snapped an 0 for 17 skid with a 2-out, 2 RBI double in the top of the 3rd. He digs in the left side. First lefty that wrestler has seen tonight. Out of the stretch, Thompson gets a lead off first. The pitch is lifted left side and hooking out of play for a long strike 1. Thompson with such a good approach over there on first base. Mentioned him being top 20 in the Prospect League in walks. That's because of how well he can command the plate. But right now, Wiegand out the dish. Here's the 0-1. And he looks at a breaking ball outside. Ball and a strike to the right fielder, Wiegand. 5'10", 185-pound freshman from Carl Sandburg College. A junior college in Robinson, Illinois. A ball and a strike on him. Quick pick to first. The tag applied by Lasso. But Thompson's back safely with a head-first slide. 1 strike on Wiegand. As well as the ball, he taps the plate once and pushes it out in front of his body. Here's the 1-1 offering from wrestler out of the stretch. And a fastball misses the outside corner at the belt. And the count is 2-1 to Wiegand. 2 home runs, 18 runs batted in. Thompson not a huge lead over there on first, but still being held on by Olasso. Now he takes a few more paces, small baby steps, moving from right to left. Here's the 2-1. Hit in the air, golfed by Wiegand, heading towards the line. It'll continue to curl into that CornBelters bullpen down the left field line. And the count is 2-2 on the right fielder. Wiegand's 9th double of the season earlier in the 3rd inning. Like we mentioned, his struggles, but feeling much better now. Now we're going to have a mound visit from the Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp dugout. Justin Friday takes a slow walk and brings his entire infield in with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Let's reset things for you. CornBelters lead at 6-4. They lead the Central Division after a 12-11 victory over Terre Haute. They're technically tied, but Normal holds the tiebreaker there. So we got our scoring started in the top of the second. Zach Zykowski, a 3-run homer that brought in Griffin Brown and Chris Sahusky, and then they continued to pour it on in the following inning. Tyler Thompson, an RBI single, scored Jeske and Morris, and then Austin Wiegand, a double that scored Thompson. So 6-4, Illinois Valley has responded with 4 unanswered. The mound visit breaks, and the hill belongs to Rustler, who continues to deal from the first base side of the rubber out of the stretch. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Wiegand. Here's the pitch. Grounded right side, right at the first baseman, Alasso on a hop, who needs to take 2 steps to his left to retire Wiegand. So, a little bit of damage done by Thompson, but they'll strand him at first. On the other side, in the bottom of the 5th, Gibson, Dorsch, and Alasso for the Pistol Shrimp. Heart of the order, they trail by 2, right here on the home of CornBelters Baseball. Bottom of the 5th, CornBelters lead at 6-4, and the heart of the Pistol Shrimp order are the minimum, starting with the lefty swinging shortstop, Kyle Gibson. Chris McCormick, who needed 18 pitches to retire his first inning of efforts out of the bullpen. He relieved Peyton Plem, who we now finally have his final line. We'll get you it momentarily, but right now the 4th pitch from McCormick to Gibson is a changeup that misses the outer edge at 82 miles an hour for ball 1. Gibson from Illinois State, teammates with a couple of CornBelters, the 1-0, golfed into left field and out of play. Ball and a strike now on the shortstop, who is 0 for 1 with an RBI sac fly. Base is clear, bottom of the 5th. McCormick kicks and deals. Called strike, finds the outer half, and the count is 1-2 now on Gibson, who leads the Prospect League in hits. He's tallied 60 the summer of 2024. Here's the 1-2. A breaking ball spikes in the dirt, and the count evens 2-2. So Peyton Plem draws the start. 6'3" junior from University of Indianapolis. Goes 3 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs. Only 3 were earned. 2 walks and no strikeouts, making his CornBelters debut. The 2-2 out of the windup is lined right side and foul. Gibson, the lefty, was out in front of it and pulled it down the right field line. So count remains 2-2 on Gibson, who is at the top or near the top in mostly every category, statistical category that you can put together in the Prospect League. The 2-2. Breaking ball that hits the right foot of Gibson. A slider that continued to tail off the right hand of McCormick, and it dives at that foot, and Gibson takes a free pass. He was walked in the 1st, and he's now hit by a pitch in the 5th. That brings up Tyler Dorsch, the right-handed right fielder, who has a couple of flyouts to the right fielder. Those were his only 2 times to the plate. So stay alert out there, Austin Wiegand. The first pitch, got the outer half, a changeup, 83 miles an hour, called strike, 0-1 the count. Bottom of the 5th, CornBelters lead at 6-4. Pistol Shrimp looking to cut into that deficit. Here's the 0-1. Fastball downstairs, called ball. Count is 1-1 to Dorsch. 5th in the Prospect League in hits, 7th in the Prospect League in runs batted in. You see why right now, because he hits behind Kyle Gibson, who's over there on first being held on by Casillas. Takes a nice lead off the bag, the 1-0. Misses below the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike now to the right fielder, Dorsch. 6 foot, 190-pound rising senior. He's finished his junior year at Concordia College in Chicago. 2-1. Gibson with 19 stolen bases this season takes a sizable lead. Here's the offering. A fastball misses at the ankles, and now a hitter's advantage for Dorsch at 3-1. Makana Alasso is on deck. Reached on an error his last time up, came around to score. 3-1, no outs. The pitch, change up at the knees, called strike. Count runs full. Runner on first. Nobody out. Bottom of the 5th. Middle infielders in double play depth, looking to turn 2. The payoff. Grounded left side, slow roller. Zykowski just goes to second for 1, and they'll get a sliding Gibson. Dorsch is in safely, but first out of the inning is recorded courtesy of a fielder's choice, Zykowski to Thompson, and that brings up the cleanup man, Makana Alasso. Reached on a fielder's choice in the first, reached on an error in the 4th. 0 for 2, 6'3", 235-pound sophomore from Hawaii. Originally a Winchester, California native. The first pitch, changeup cut on and missed, and at 83 miles an hour, and the count is 0-1. Struggling at the plate, hitting .288 this summer, but he's 0 for his last 10. Hasn't recorded a hit since July 17th. The 0-1, runner goes, grounded left side, and foul. About 3 feet in front of the third base bag, and Gibson will, or Dorsch rather, who reached on the fielder's choice, will return to first, taking a slow jog on the right side of the infield. No balls, 2 strikes on Alasso. 1 out, bottom of the 5th, CornBelters lead at 6-4. McCormick, the right-hander, pitching out of the stretch. First call out of the pen for Billy Dubois. Set at the belt, checks the runner on first. Collects himself, sends it down the hill. Lifted right side, hooking out a play. That's where it'll end up in the grass, and a handful of kids chase after it. Schweikert Stadium at Veterans Memorial Park here in Peru, Illinois. Lights are on, sun is completely gone, clouds are covered. And the count is 0-2 with 1 away and the runner on first. McCormick steps off the rubber, goes to first, and Dorsch is back with a head-first dive. Zykowski, the shortstop, has his heels on the outfield grass. Playing the pull of Alasso. Now the runner takes off. 0-2 downstairs. Ball, the throw down in time. Chris Sahusky. Back-to-back nights. He's gunned down a runner trying to swipe second. And there's 2 away in the bottom of the 5th. CornBelters with a 2-run lead at 6-4. A ball and 2 strikes on Alasso, who steps out of the box, asks for time. Talking to the home plate umpire, Vic Partha, now digs in. No batting gloves on the Hawaii Warrior. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball in the dirt. 80-mile-an-hour curveball that gets away from Sahusky, but the base is now cleared after Tyler Dorsch was caught stealing. Going for his 18th stolen base of the season, but not able to capture it there. The 2-2 with 2 outs. Out of the windup, McCormick deals a fastball, and it misses down and away. Four seam, 86 miles an hour. count reaches the maximum here in the bottom of the 5th. Zajkowski's still a few steps back over there at shortstop. The payoff from McCormick. Breaking ball, a beauty. Called strike 3. Paints the outside edge at the knees. And Makana Alasso goes down on strikes. McCormick records his 3rd punch out of the night. All 3 looking, freezing the Pistol Shrimp batters. CornBelters looking to add on to their 2-run lead on the other side. 9-1-2. Sahusky, Zajkowski, and Castro due up for the Belters. You're listening to CornBelters Baseball on the home of the normal CornBelters. Top of the 6th, CornBelters lead at 6-4. Andrew Ressler, the right-hander, back out on the mound. He relieved the starter Joseph Martin, and he returns to the hill for his 3rd inning of efforts. He's thrown 27 pitches. His 28th will be to the righty swinging catcher, Chris Sahusky, who's 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. He taps the plate a couple of times, cycles the bat in front of his chest, sets it on his right shoulder. The first offering to him. Called strike, a fastball at the knees, and the count is 0-1. Martin started and went 3 innings, gave up 6 runs. Only 3 of them were earned. Here's the 0-1. Slider at 74 miles an hour, called strike at the knees, 0-2 the count. And Andrew Ressler has been solid. Has yet to allow a run. No strikeouts, just 1 walk. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Sahusky loaded up on the fastball, but holds his swing back. 87 miles an hour, comes in at the belt in the left-handed batter's box, and the count is 1-2. Nobody out, the base is clear for Sahusky. Out of the windup, Ressler deals. It's lined up the middle on a couple of hops, now a slow roller. Gibson gloves, goes to first. It's in time for the first out of the inning. Lineup card turns over, and it's the right-handed shortstop Zach Zajkowski, who's 2 for 3. Kick things off tonight with our 7:05 first pitch with a strikeout looking. But the latter 2 at-bats of his evening have been far more productive. A 3-run home run to get the scoring started in the 2nd and a single in the 4th. First pitch from Ressler out of the windup to him is a slider that dives away 75 miles an hour, lands in the left-handed batter's box. Non-competitive pitch for ball 1. Right on right the matchup. The pitch. Fastball misses outside at the belt. 2 balls, no strikes to the leadoff man Zajkowski. Top of the 6th, CornBelters lead at 6-4. Leading the Central Division for the first time all season. The offering. A fastball, 87 miles an hour once again at the knees. Dots the outer half. Zajkowski in a 2-1 count. Tyler Castro is on deck. Ressler kicks and delivers. Just misses the outside corner. 4-seam fastball and a hitter's advantage to Zajkowski, hitting .338 this summer for Billy Du Bois and the normal crew. The windup. The pitch. Called strike. Zajkowski thought it was ball 4. He turned his body towards the third base dugout as if he were to throw his bat down there and take a stroll down the first base line, but he's met with a called strike. The payoff forthcoming with 1 away. Ressler delivers. Called strike 3, and this time Zajkowski did toss his bat. He thought that was ball 4, but it paints the inside corner. Slider at the knees, and there's 2 away. In the top of the 6th, CornBelters still lead at 6-4. So Zykowski has a couple of strikeouts looking. But they're the bread of the sandwich that consists of a 3-run home run and a single. First pitch to Tyler Castro. Slider, 74 miles an hour, dives in at the knees of the third baseman. He takes for ball 1. Top 10 in the Prospect League in batting average, but struggling tonight. The 1-0. Misses outside. Fastball works the count to 2-0. Started the game with a couple of flyouts to center field. His last time up, he grounded into a double play in the 4th. Here's the 2-0. Breaking ball called strike. Started upstairs, worked its way down, and found the bottom rail for strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike, the base is clear, 2 away. Wrestler kicks and fires. Breaking ball, comebacker to the mound towards the first base side, pulls Wrestler off the hill. He gloves it, takes a few steps towards the first base bag, and underhand flips to his first baseman, Alasso, for the 3rd out of the inning. No hits, no runs, no errors in the field for the Pistol Shrimp, and nobody left on for the Belters bats in the top of the 6th. We'll turn it to the bottom of the frame. 5, 6, 7, due up for the Pistol Shrimp. Welcome back. Bottom of the 6th. CornBelters lead at 6-4. Chris McCormick, who made his CornBelters debut tonight out of the pen. His day is done and a strong night for him. But it's time for the second call to the pen, and it comes in the form of the 6'3", 210-pound right-hander Jackson McDonald, who is also making his CornBelters debut. Catching balls and strikes back there is Chris Sahusky, seeing Jackson McDonald for the first time in those half-dozen warm-up pitches. 5, 6, 7, lefty, righty, righty, starting with the left fielder Luis Perona, who is 0 for 1 with a ground out and a walk that he came around to score on in the 4th. We'll get you Chris McCormick's final line momentarily, but right now, the first pitch to the left fielder forthcoming. Out of the windup, here's McDonald. And a fastball at 87 miles an hour just misses outside. Ball 1. McCormick set at the belt, towing the first base side of the rubber. The windup, cut on and missed. Four-seam fastball touches 91 that time. And the count is even, a ball and a strike. McCormick, 2 innings, relieving the starter Peyton Plim. 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. All looking. The 1-1. Another fastball cut on and missed. Perona having a tough time catching up to the heat. And he's behind 1-2. 6'4", 200-pound freshman from Chicago, Illinois. 1-2. McDonald. Foul tipped into the glove of Sahusky. Fastball once again, 90 mile an hour. And there's 1 away in the bottom of the 6th. CornBelters lead at 6-4. A big frame out there on the mound for the CornBelters, and he's bringing the heat with it. Now the right-handed designated hitter, Will Ashley. First pitch, a fastball and just misses the outside corner, ball 1. Ashley's last time up was a 2 RBI double that made it a 6-4 game. Since then, the bats have been silent for both sides. The 1-0. Another fastball works away from Ashley. He holds a swing, and the count is 2-0. Right-hander from Middlebury College. Hitting .284 this summer for the Pistol Shrimp. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Another fastball. McDonald hasn't really shown much else. Went to a changeup once, but other than that, it's been exclusive fastballs. But right now, Illinois Valley can't seem to catch up to it. 2-1. Fastball, 91 miles an hour. Cut on and missed. Count evens 2-2. Ashley 1 for 2. His first plate appearance was a ground out to the shortstop. That was in the second inning. Here's the 2-2 with one away and the base is clear. A fastball rides up at the letters of Ashley. And an easy take there for ball 3. The count reaches the maximum here in the bottom of the 6th. Base is clear. Defense playing him straight up. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Another fastball. 90-mile-an-hour four-seamer that gets Ashley at the letters. And there's 2 away, both via a pair of punch-outs. Now that brings up Pombo Nicoludis, who takes a step out of the box. A healthy practice cut, taps the plate a couple of times and cycles it in front of his chest. Here's the first offering. Now on a changeup that misses downstairs. McDonald thinking there was a possibility after going with a heavy, and I mean heavy dosage of fastballs. Potentially a message that was relayed to Nicoludis, but he goes changeup. The 1-0 now. He goes back to the fastball, paints the inner side corner at the knees, and the count is 1-1. Nicoludis hitting .286. 1-1. Changeup misses below the zone. 2 balls, 1 strike to the third baseman. 6'1", 205-pound freshman from UIC. 2-1. Breaking ball, 79 miles an hour, misses down and away. Trying to dot the outside corner, but can't get the call. And the count's 3-1 with 2 outs. The base is clear. Out of the windup, McDonald hit in the air, right side, over the head of Thompson, down for a base hit. So a 2-out single for Nicoludis gives the Pistol Shrimp their first man aboard in the bottom of the 6th, and that brings up his UIC teammate, the center fielder, Lucas Smith. Right on right the matchup, McDonald going to the stretch for the first time tonight. Working the first base side of the rubber. No adjustments to the middle infield with 2 away, not looking to turn 2. First pitch to Smith. A fastball on the outside corner, a called strike, 0-1. Smith 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out. Hitting 8th tonight for John Jakimick's squad. The 0-1. A slider gets Sahusky out of the crouch, but a nice stop by the backstop, preventing it from getting to the wall, and counts now 1-1 to the center fielder. Couple of home runs, 16 runs batted in. Ball and a strike. Right on right the matchup. The pitch popped up out of play. Hit towards the right side. Nicks the screen, and the count is 1-2. 6-4 Belters lead here at Schweikert Stadium at Veterans Memorial Park. Home of the Pistol Shrimp. Belters looking to extend their lead in first place. The 1-2 lifted right side out of play. Much higher foul ball this time around, and the count is 1-2. Still 2 outs, runner on first, Nicoludis. He singled after the first couple of batters sent to the plate in this inning were struck out. The 1-2. Grounded left side. Zykowski charges on a couple of hops. A tough play across the diamond, left to right, and it's not in time. Smith beats it out. Nicoludis moves from second to third. Heads up base running there on the throw with 2 outs. And Smith legs out an infield hit. And there are 2 on. both on the corners, and that brings up the number 9 hitter, Nick Weaver, who, even though he's hitting ninth, no slouch in the right-handed batter's box. Doubled and scored in the third, struck out swinging in the fourth. Home run, 8 knocked in. First pitch, called strike. A slider on the outer half. Counts 0-1. 6'1", 180-pound freshman. Catching the balls and strikes in the top half of this game. Swinging it at the bottom of the order in the bottom half of the game. The 0-1. Fastball cut on and missed. Another four-seamer at the letters. Ahead in the count 0-2. We'll see what McDonald dials up here. Nicoludis on third, Smith on first. The pitch. Runner goes for second. Sahusky fakes the throw across the middle of the infield. And a defensive indifference pushes Smith from first to second. And there's 2 in scoring position. Belters lead it just by 2, though, in the bottom of the 6th. That's 6-4. A single here could push them both in. The 1-2. Slider misses away. McDonald trying to dance around the zone, get Weaver to chase. But yields a swing, and the count is even at 2-2. McDonald, the second reliever tonight for the Belters. Here's the offering. A fastball just misses outside, and the count runs full to the number 9 hitter, Nick Weaver. Peyton Plim started the game. Chris McCormick came out of the pen, had a strong 2 innings, and now Jackson McDonald in his first frame. Out of the windup, here's the full count. Grounded foul. They'll do it again at 3-2. McDonald gets a new ball, and Sahusky is going to take a jog out to the hill and meet with his right-hander, trying to make sure they regroup and get on the same page here. A massive pitch with 2 in scoring position and just a 2-run lead. The Belters' bats have gone cold after putting a 3-spot on in both of the second and third inning. They've gone scoreless in the last 3. Bottom of the 6th. Pistol Shrimp trying to even things up. They've already scored 4 unanswered, trying to add on to that total. Hill belongs to one man, and that's Jackson McDonald. Out of the windup, the 3-2. Popped up right side. Casillas gives chase over there at first, but it continues to work its way out of play, and they'll do it again at 3-2. Nice at bat here from the number 9 hitter, Weaver. A luxury for the Pistol Shrimp that you can get these kind of plate appearances and slot them in at the 9th. 3-2. Lifted high fly ball right side. Out of play once again. Count remains 3-2. A tough out for McDonald to attain here. There's 2 on. Nicoludis on third. Smith on second. The 3-2. Once again. Fastball fouled straight back into the screen. Man, this has been quite the at-bat from the backstop Weaver. Recorded a hit in 3 consecutive games, sporting just a 197 average this season. Did not play yesterday versus the Dans, trying to rotate through their catchers. Giving Will Ashley the day off defensively. He's the designated hitter. After a quick pause, steps back in the right side. Here's another offering. Cold strike 3. Fastball at 89 miles an hour at the knees. Paints the outside corner. So, a couple of 2-out singles get stranded at second and third. CornBelters still lead it 6-4. 2 hits. No runs, no errors in the field, and 2 runners left on. 3 strikeouts for Chris Jackson McDonald in his CornBelters debut. On the other side, 2-3-4 come to the dish for the Belters. Top of the 7th, CornBelters lead at 6-4. 3-4-5 due up technically, but Mateo Casillas will make his first trip to the plate in a CornBelters uniform. Judah Morris started this game at first base, went 1-for-1 with a single, and tweaked his left knee, legging out a play from first to second. Casillas replaced him in the field. His first time to the plate. The offering, a fastball at the letters. Casillas takes. It's ball 1. So, Mateo has looked solid in the field. He was in uniform yesterday but did not play. The 1-0. Change up. Dots the outer half. Called strike. 1-1 now to the first baseman, Casillas, who's played most of the summer in the Colonel's Collegiate League. Here's the pitch. Line foul. A nice swing from Casillas. And the count's 1-2. Colonel's Collegiate League, the in-house league we have back at the Corn Crib. Played this season with the Ground Sloths, who actually took home the league title. Now getting called up to play in the Prospect League for Billy DuBois. The 1-2. Another one-line foul left side into the screen. Saul Casillas getting some instruction right outside the third base dugout from hitting and third base coach Josh Foreman. He's now in the left-handed batter's box. Cocks it over his left shoulder. The 1-2. Tapped foul once again. Casillas in his first time to the plate in the Prospect League. Looking strong. Standing in there, the left side. A closed stance towards the front of the batter's box. Cocks it over his left shoulder. The 1-2. Tapped foul. Casillas. Count remaining 1-2, but seeing a lot of pitches from Wrestler, who's now back out for his 4th inning out of the pen, relieving Joseph Martin, who got the start. That was Wrestler's 42nd pitch. The 43rd one is on the horizon. Out of the windup, here it is. Hit in the air, left side, out of play. Another foul ball from Casillas. Wrestler not wanting to dance around the zone at all, trying to attack Casillas. The first baseman is countering with every protective swing he has in his arsenal. Ball and 2 strikes. The other pitch. And he takes outside for a ball. Casillas has now seen half dozen pitches in this at-bat. Counts 2-2. First baseman Alasso shaded towards the foul line. The 2-2. Cut on and missed. So Casillas, who worked through quite a few pitches, finally goes down swinging, and there's one away in the top of the 7th, and it's now Landon Johnson, the designated hitter, who stands at 6'4", 230 pounds in the left-handed batter's box. Back-to-back lefties here to face the righty Andrew Wrestler, who collects himself at the belt. He kicks and deals. Fastball 87 miles an hour, misses upstairs. Ball 1. So Casillas goes down swinging in his first at-bat. Here's the 1-0. Change up. Finds the outside corner. Called strike. 1-1 now. Johnson top 5 in the Prospect League in batting average. The 1-1. Misses below the zone. Count works to 2-1. Johnson walked in the first, flew out to center field in the third, and reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Here's the 2-1. Called strike. Change up at the knees. And we are even at 2-2. 1 out. Top of the 7th, CornBelters lead at 6-4. The pitch. Fastball misses up high. Johnson works count full, and Wrestler now at 50 pitches. Big breath. The 3-2. Skied left side, curling out of play. Lights are on here at Schweikert Stadium in Peru, Illinois. Veterans Memorial Park. Nice little ballpark, 500 stadium seats with a total park capacity of 2,500 with the standing room only. The payoff is lifted into center field. Back to the track is Smith. Looks playable, and it is. He makes the catch just below his shoulder for the second out of the inning, and that brings up the right-handed left fielder, Will Jeske.
Well, Landon Johnson there got a decent swing on the bat, but because of Wrestler's ability to just pepper in there with the off speed, be able to mix up speeds, keep the hitters off balance, Johnson's unable to get his hips behind and ends up throwing his hands at the pitch and is unable to muscle it over the wall.
First pitch to Jeske, a slider that he skies into shallow center field. Smith's in on it, and he makes the one-handed squeeze above his head for the third out of the inning. So, the fourth consecutive scoreless frame for the Belters. They still lead at 6-4, but they go quietly in the top half of the seventh. No runs, no hits, no errors in the field for the Pistol Shrimp, and nobody left on for the normal offense. To the bottom of the seventh, Griffin Leonard will take you the rest of the way right here on the home of CornBelters Baseball.
So we return for the bottom of the seventh inning. The CornBelters still holding on to a 2-run lead. The fifth and the sixth scoreless on both sides. The seventh halfway to that very same. It'll be the leadoff man in the Pistol Shrimp order, Nedved, to face McDonald to start the bottom half of the seventh. Right on left matchup, and the righty comes home and just misses the zone with the first pitch. Ball one. A defensive note to make note of. It was Cody Morton, another one of the KCL call-ups, that flew out to end that inning. Not Will Jeske, is the 1-0 just off the outer edge. Cody Morton takes the second base position, and Tyler Thompson, who is previously at second base, he moves out to left field. So Will Jeske is out of the game. 2-0 on the outside corner with the fastball, and a little bit back of the ways to reel Nedved back in here. 2-1. McDonald from the windup misses outside, maybe a little high as well. Jackson McDonald behind in the count, a hitter's count for the leadoff man. Nedved is 0 for 2. He's got a strikeout, but is not reached base via the hit today. The 3-1 misses the zone, and it's a leadoff walk for the Pistol Shrimp. It's the first walk in 4 games for Nedved, and he finds himself on first base. And it'll be Kyle Gibson. Gibson with an RBI via the sac fly to left field earlier in this ball game. The first run for the Pistol Shrimp, and the first pitch fastball is high of the zone, just high of the letters. Gibson yet to register an at-bat today. He's walked once and had the sac fly. Snap throw over to first to check on the hitter, or rather the runner on first in Nedved, and he's back safely. So no one out in the bottom half of the seventh, and here's McDonald with the pitch. The ball is grounded right side. It will trickle foul, gloved by Casillas in the grass, and the first strike goes up on the board to Kyle Gibson. In this order, Gibson will be followed up by the 3-4 hitters of Dorsch and Alazzo. Dangerous part of the Illinois Valley order to come up here down 2 runs. Gibson on a 3-game hit streak, trying to make it 4. The 1-1 pitch is a big swing and a miss. Top part of the zone with the fastball, blew it right by him, and the count is 1-2. Infield with the slightest of shifts over to the right side, with the left-handed hitting Gibson digging in. McDonald deals the 1-2, and it is a two-seamer that moves outside away from the hitter and misses the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count with nobody out. Corners hugging the lines. Middle infield set to turn it if they get the opportunity. 2-2 pitch. And it is ripped to right field, hooking out of play on a line. Gibson hit it hard, but will have to straighten it out if it will matter for anything. McDonald up past 40 pitches now. Gibson extending the at-bat. The 2-2, just off the outside part of the plate. Suhusky tried to frame it back into the zone, but Vic Partha was not to be fooled. Full count pitch upcoming. Dorsch awaits on deck. Already 1 on. Pistol Shrimp trying to make it 2 or better. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He strikes out Gibson, and that is a huge first out. Gibson slams the bat into the ground in frustration, and there is 1 away here in the bottom half of the 7th. So, Tyler Dorsch will hit with 1 down and a man on first base. The righty digs in. Very powerful 3-hole hitting bat. He represents the tying run, and he thought about taking a hack at the first pitch, a fastball on the top part of the zone called strike. 0-1 the count. McDonald working quickly here out of the stretch. He checks on first a couple of times, now brings the ball to his waist from the set position, and now he spins and fires to first, nearly wide of Mateo Casillas, but he's able to come off the bag and make the stop to keep it from sailing into right field. Obviously not as much foul ground here in Peru as there is at the Corn Crib, as the 1-strike pitch is just off the outer edge to even the count at 1. A slider that nearly got the corner, or excuse me, the count 1 ball. Yes, 1 ball and 1 strike. Not as much foul ground was what I was trying to say than normal. Big swing and a miss there on the pitch on the outer half. Dorsch looks uncomfortable at the plate. The guy's 0-3 today. And the right fielder looking to get the bats going late. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 down here in the 7th. The outfield of Thompson, Brown, and Wiegand await. And the pitch just high of the letters. A good pitch on that 2-strike fastball. It's exactly where you want to put the spot on for the pitcher. Make the hitter think about it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and even count for Dorsch. The pitch. Just off the outer edge, trying to sneak it in on that outside corner with the slider. Can't get the call, and the count is full. A payoff pitch incoming. There's going to be a conversation between Vic Partha and I'm assuming either Billy Du Bois or one of the CornBelters coaching staff. They clearly felt that pitch was in there. Billy Du Bois has had his struggles with ejections here in this season, and I'm sure late in the season he will want to avoid any sort of suspensions that might hinder his team's ability to make a postseason run. Still a hold up here. To my knowledge, no one has been thrown out of this game. But Partha looks like he's scribbling something in his notebook, standing about halfway in between home plate and the CornBelters dugout on the third base side. One final glance toward the visitors' dugout and now walks back toward the plate, and we will play once again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Dorsch has worked the count to its maximum. Takes a practice swing in the right-handed batter's box, adjusts the batting gloves, and the pitch. Runner on the move, and the pitch is low, and it'll be ball 4. An opportunity now for the Pistol Shrimp to tie this game or take the lead with the tying run on base and the go-ahead run on deck to come up to the plate once Billy Du Bois is done with this mound visit. It does sound like Billy Du Bois got a warning. They were unsatisfied with the call on the 2-2 pitch that, at least from here, looked like it could have been a little bit off the plate. Of course, Vic Partha has had a tighter zone today. But either way, the bases are loaded, or excuse me, runners on second and first. And Makana Olazo will hit as the go-ahead run with the tying run on base. He's 0 for 3. He struck out earlier in this ball game, and he will hit against McDonald, who's up near 50 pitches now. This will be pitch number 49. Some more words in between the home plate umpire and the dugout on the third base side. We can't see into it from this angle, unlike at the Belters' home ballpark where you can see into the side. The first pitch off the inside edge, ball 1. Ahead in the count goes the hitter with runners on second and first. A 1-0 count. Jackson McDonald, the right-hander, set to throw pitch number 50. And here it comes from the stretch. He went around. It was well inside, but unable to hold up the bat was Alazo, and the count is even at 1. So Dorsch on first. Nedved on second base. The 1-1 pitch. A high fly ball left center field. No doubt about that one. The Pistol Shrimp have taken the lead in inning number 7. A 3-run bomb by Alazo. And he knew it off the bat. And after inning of Illinois Valley threatening with the bats, they finally get over the line here, and they lead at their home ballpark, 7-6. Hands on the hips across the CornBelters defense. Certainly some frustration. They haven't scored since inning number 3. And Illinois Valley, with their power, with their long at-bats they've been taking, it did seem like a matter of time before they'd been able to finally put across the runs they'd been looking for. A called strike on the outside corner to Louis Perona after a 3-run bomb by Alazo. That was his 4th home run of the season. The 0-1 is on the outside corner, called strike to Perona, who finds himself behind 0-2. 7-6. The Pistol Shrimp lead normal. 0-2 pitch. McDonald delivers, and it is just off the outside part of the plate. And a called ball, and I feel like with the earlier conversations between Vic Partha and Billy Du Bois, now coupled with the home run, things are just a step or two from getting out of hand as the 1-2 is fouled away down the left field line. CornBelters will, of course, have 2 innings to chop right back into this deficit. Just a 1-run deficit, and we've certainly seen them conquer leads before. They came back from 10-3 down just yesterday. Pitch on the outside corner with the fastball. Ring him up, strike 3. Jackson McDonald, his 5th strikeout. He's retired all 5 batters he's retired via the strikeout. And he'll now face Will Ashley with 2 down and the base is empty. So it's Ashley who has an RBI, a base hit, and a strikeout today. First pitch right there on the bottom part of the zone. A called strike on the slider. 1-0 the count, or 0-1 rather, as McDonald quickly getting set to deliver. Brings the left leg up and comes forward, and the pitch is just off the outer part of the plate. The count is even. Infield back of Castro, Zykowski, Morton, and Casillas. getting set to receive. The 1-1 hit high into right center field. That's going to send Brown back. He's going at the track, and it is off the wall. He throws it back in to absolutely no one as the cutoff men were about 30 feet over farther to his right. It's gloved by Casillas at first base, and it is a 2-out double. And are the wheels now starting to fall apart for this CornBelter defense? Billy DuBois a couple steps outside of his dugout. There's been action going on for a while in the CornBelter bullpen. It's a lefty, and Billy DuBois is pointing that direction. End of the day for Jackson McDonald after a 3-run towering shot to give the Shrimp the lead. We will rejoin this live action here in a moment's time. CornBelters 6, Pistol Shrimp 7. Back underway in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's Zach O'Donnell, the lefty, who will throw for the CornBelters, trying to get them out of this 7th inning. O'Donnell coming off a strugglesome outing, to say the least. He came on in relief of the starting pitcher, Corson, last night, and did not get out of the inning of which he came into. Looking for a bit better of a performance, just needing the 1 out, and he'll face Nicoludis. First pitch, low, ball 1. Left on right matchup. O'Donnell, the left-handed thrower. Coming out of Kankakee Community College. 1-0 pitch upcoming from O'Donnell. The pitch is right on the outside corner, called a strike by Vic Partha, and the count is 1-1. Standing on second after the bases empty double is, it's now Ferguson, who's running for Will Ashley. They made that switch during the break. Pitch in the dirt, it squirts away from Suhusky. Moving up to third base is Ferguson. And that is another tough one for this CornBelter team. So runner on third now. It won't matter if he can retire the batter. It's Jake Ferguson standing on third base. 2-1 the count to the right-handed hitting Pambos Nicoludis. And the pitch is way outside. 3-1. Trying to limit the damage here after the 3-run bomb that gave Illinois Valley the lead. O'Donnell collects at the chest. 3-1 pitch from the left-hander. and it is hit hard, foul, right side, over the dugout of the Pistol Shrimp and over to where all the kids are convened by the playground. You'd have to hope everyone is all right. 3 balls and 2 strikes, the full count pitch. O'Donnell delivers from the stretch, and he strikes him out. A big strikeout on the first batter O'Donnell faces, ends the inning. We'll head to the 8th. The CornBelters give up a 3 spot. They haven't scored since their 3 spots in the 2nd and the 3rd. Can they find the offense again? They have 2 innings to answer that question. We'll return in just a moment on the CornBelters Radio Network. We get set to begin the top half of the 8th here on the CornBelters Radio Network. It's Griffin Brown, 0 for 2 today. He'll be followed up by the bottom 3 in the order, who have been magnificent. Brown stands in and watches the first pitch fastball sneak in on the outside corner. 6, 7, 8 due up for the CornBelters. They'd certainly like to push farther than that. They're taking on Andrew Ressler, who has stifled this CornBelter offense in his 4 innings. Since he came in, the Belters have not scored a run. 1-1 now after the 0-1 slider misses outside. Ressler just eclipsed 60 pitches, now delivers pitch 61, and it misses outside in the same spot. 2-1 the count to Griffin Brown. Trying to get on as the potential tying run. And here's the 2-1. Brown watches it go by, and it misses outside. It was closer than the previous 2, but did not get the call, and the count is 3-1. Tyler Thompson awaits on deck. Griffin Brown fouls off the 3-1 just over the screen and bouncing into the stands, and the count is full. From the windup, Andrew Ressler trying to get out number 1 here in the top half of the 8th. Here goes the righty, the 3-2. Inside! Did it hit him? It may have. Regardless, it's ball 4. And I believe it hit the umpire. Vic Partha seems shaken up after that one. It tailed inside. Billy DuBois is going to come out and make sure the umpire is all right. Perhaps a much more pleasant conversation than the previous encounter the two had. Matthew Yokana, the first base umpire, going to check on his crew chief as well, and they're going to bring the trainers out. Billy's got a bag of ice in his left hand. Or perhaps at least a cup of ice. So when we resume action, Griffin Brown will stand off of first base as the tying run. The official score is that he was hit by the pitch. There was no signal from Vic Partha, but it was obviously because he had been hit by the pitch just as fiercely. So a little pinball action puts a runner on first base for the CornBelters, and Tyler Thompson will stride to the plate. 2 for 3 today. Tyler Thompson has been outstanding for the CornBelters this evening, and faces the right-hander with no one out. Thompson, the first pitch. Pops the ball right side. It hooks toward the dugout. Will it get out of play? It's out of my view, but it does appear to have snuck out of play for strike 1. Tyler Thompson, a hot bat as of late. I just mentioned 2 for 3 today. He was 4 for his last 7 coming in. Now, of course, that's a small sample size, but it's important to note that prior to that, he was 3 for his previous 23. So turning it around at the plate late in the year. 0-1 to the now left fielder. And the pitch on the outside corner was a slider, and it's frankly a spot that the CornBelters have thrown to the entire game and very rarely gotten the call. But the pitch is called a strike, and the count now 0-2. Third baseman Nicoludis backs up as the throw goes over to first base. Sliding back in safely is Griffin Brown. 0-2 to Thompson. Austin Wiegand waits on deck. The right fielder swinging the left-handed bat in the on-deck circle. 0-2, slide step delivery and a hard foul ball right side into the dugout. Still alive is Tyler Thompson. He'll be content to make Wrestler work here. He's over 65 pitches at this point. They have some slow action in the bullpen, a 3/4 arm slot warming up for Illinois Valley. 0-2, high, 1-2 the count. Obviously not sure if Wrestler has any sort of pitch counts or anything against him here, but we'll see how long he gets to go for the Shrimp. 1-2, and the pitch is swung on and missed. That's a big strikeout, and it sits down Tyler Thompson. There's one away. It was foul tipped into the glove of Weaver. I think Thompson initially thought he had survived a pitch longer, but realized that the catcher had held firm and snagged the pitch. There's one down. So Austin Wiegand, who's got a couple of RBIs. He's 1 for 3. Looking to continue the streak. And the pitch misses low for ball 1. It was his first hit in 6 games, or 7 games rather, when he found a gap earlier in this ball game. 1-0 with a man on first in Brown. The 1-0 grounded up the middle. What a stop by the pitcher, who throws high to the second base bag. The throw goes then to first, and it gets under the glove of the first baseman, Alasso. Griffin Brown called out at second. And to second base goes Austin Wiegand. We'll have a pinch hitter for the CornBelters. In place of Sue Husky, it'll be the newest addition in the catcher spot of the roster. It'll be Charlie Graham for the Belters. So the high throw from the pitcher disrupted the whole play. I was surprised that they even were able to maintain contact with the bag. I believe it was Gibson stretching to make that catch, and then his throw to first was wild and allowed Wiegand to move up to second base. We're going to have a mound visit here with 2 down in the top half of the 8th. The tying run is 180 feet away, and Charlie Graham will be the man called upon to try to get the CornBelters back level.
Charlie Graham had 1 plate appearance this season. It was in a crucial spot last night. A sacrifice fly, and that was the go-ahead run that ended up being the winning run for the CornBelters last night. So potentially a couple of clutch bloodlines running through those veins, Griffin Leonard.
We will certainly see. Of course, with 2 down, a sacrifice fly would not be enough. He'll need to find some open grass. if the CornBelters are going to tie it up. Austin Wiegand's got some speed over at second base. Not a big base stealer, but certainly capable of going second to home if the ball gets to the outfield. So Charlie Graham, who spent his summer in the KCL, called upon due to the injury of Chase Mason, and I'm sure Nick Roseman probably doesn't want to catch any more bullpens than he has to. But Graham getting the opportunity to hit now in the top half of the 8th. 2 down, runner on second. First pitch coming from the right-hander, and it is well high of the zone, held off somewhat easily by Graham in the count 1-0. Andrew Wrestler, after the mound visit, behind in the count. He deals the 1-0, and it's a curveball that floated in there and sat down on the knees, 1-1, as it's called a strike. Wrestler trying to complete his 5th inning of work. Griffin Brown strides off of second. The 1-1. Another curveball. Graham swung through it. He sat on it, trying to time it up, and was in the end unable to make any contact. 1-2 the count. If the inning continues, it'll loop back around to Zach Zykowski, who stands on deck. Massive gap on the right side of the infield. The 1-2 pitch. Another curveball hit up the middle by Graham. They're going to send Wiegand. He runs around third. The throw comes in from Smith in center, and he will score. Tie ball game in inning number 8. Charlie Graham with a pinch hit RBI single. You talked about it just a moment's time ago. The KCL coming up clutch for the CornBelters. It's Charlie Graham with his second plate appearance and his second RBI.
Can't ask for much more than that, and the 2 RBIs won the winning run a night ago in a pivotal Central Division clash, and another one tying the game up here in the top of the 8th.
So the CornBelters level this game at 7 here in the 8th inning, and the first pitch to Zach Zykowski is high. They will leave Wrestler out there to face the top half of the order, which has been somewhat stagnant apart from Zach Zykowski, who is 2 for 4 with the home run. He takes a big hack at the 1-0 on the outside corner, swung through for strike 1. Zach Zykowski, 2 for 4. He has a 3-run home run, a single, and 2 strikeouts. 1-1 pitch upcoming with Charlie Graham with a very conservative lead at first base. The pitch to Zykowski on the inside corner. And I think that was one Zykowski could have leaned into and taken first base. Instead, he lets it go, and it is called a strike. 1-2. The shortstop digs back in there. Takes a deep breath, as does Wrestler, who comes home with the 1-2. It's a curveball. Soft ground ball back to the pitcher. Off his back foot, lob throw to first in time to get Zykowski, who was hustling down the line. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. This game is tied, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the bottom of the 8th inning in just a minute here on the CornBelters Radio Network. So we head to the bottom of inning number 8 here on the normal CornBelters and KCL YouTube channel. Thank you for spending your Wednesday night here with myself and Adam Hipsky as the CornBelters trying to take an all-important step into the postseason, but they've got to get it done here. Terre Haute have defeated Full Count. We talked about that game in the 9th. It has officially gone final. Terre Haute now lead the CornBelters by half a game. Normal can respond and even it up. Full Count drop a game and a half behind their rivals in the Rex. So it'll be Toby Schriefer. We were just talking about it during the break. Now, Adam, it's a guy who pitched in the KCL very well this season, gets the call up, and now it feels like he's being used pretty regularly for Billy Du Bois' group.
And in pivotal spots as well. He's kind of come in as this closer and entered in last night in that big game and picked up the 4-out save, and now getting put in the 8th. Not sure his innings and pitch restraints, but I would not be surprised to see Billy Du Bois try and push him the distance into the 9th here.
So Zach O'Donnell, who I had expected to come out here to pitch in the 8th, his day's done after facing just the one batter and getting the strikeout. It'll be Toby Schriefer who will relieve him. Charlie Graham is his catcher, who stays in the game. First pitch nearly hit Lucas Smith. It was high and tight, and Smith got out of the way. It's the 8-9-1 hitters for the Pistol Shrimp, an opportunity for Schriefer to settle into his groove before facing the heart of the order. The 1-0, right at the letters, a called strike. That is a solid spot to hit with the fastball right after you've scared the wits out of the hitter. 1-1. Nobody out, and the pitch from Schriefer. Just missed, maybe a little low. It was close to that outside edge, but did not get the call. 2-1 the count as the hitter takes the advantage once again. Lucas Smith has had a good day in the 8-hole. 2 for 3 with a couple of hits and a run batted in. The 2-1 slashed foul hit into the screen on the right side, and the count 2-2. Schriefer back on the mound, in control of this at-bat. At least he's controlling the pace of things. Into the windup, and the hard right-hander comes home, and that pitch is cranked right field. Going back on it is Thompson, who settles under it and makes the catch. But off the bat, that looked terrifying for the CornBelters defense.
Take a deep breath, everyone, because that ball was smoked. Toby Schriefer, now it's time for him to respond. Not a guy that typically gives up a ton of hard contact. Hitters are just hitting 132 against him with no extra bases. So, not really too much to worry about there, but maybe tough one starting off that at bat.
Potentially so. First pitch from Schriefer in there for a called strike. 0-1. Schriefer working quickly. The 0-1 pitch just off the outside edge, and the count is even at 1. It was nearly extra base hit number 1 against Schriefer this season, but Tyler Thompson, starting the game at second, now in left, makes a nice route to the ball and makes the catch. The 1-1 pop foul over the screen and out of play, where it will be chased down by some of the fans. Pretty good crowd here at Illinois Valley. Not a huge stadium, but it was pretty filled for Polish night here at the ballpark. And the 1-2 pitch coming from Schriefer. Just missed the letters, though. That's a great spot for the 2-strike fastball. Couldn't get the call. They had some pregame music here at the ballpark and entertaining the fans. And now the game just as entertaining as the entertainment beforehand. Strike 3 in the dirt. Graham will have to go down to first with the throw in time down to Casillas, and there are 2 away. And what would you say has been more entertaining here, the game or the pregame festivities?
Both, potential viable options, but I'm going to go with the game. 7-7. These are 2 good teams really going at it. Pistol Shrimp already a playoff team, but the CornBelters trying to get their way into that postseason field.
Top of the order, Nedved fouls off the first pitch. He was not trying to swing at it. Just the slightest bit of a check swing, and of course the one part of the barrel that was hovering over the plate is exactly where the ball wound up. 0-1 as the ball trickles foul. Schrieffer back on the rubber. The right-hander kicks the leg and comes forward, and the pitch is sky high left side, foul ground and out of play. Ahead 0-2 is Schrieffer.
I just want to make note of that last drop third strike. Graham behind the dish, threw down to the first baseman Casillas. Those two started the summer as teammates on the Ground Sloths who won the KCL championship.
0-2 from the Illinois State Redbird, and it's hit foul once again. Fighting for his life is the leadoff man, and Ryan Nedved still looking for his first hit. Hitting .304 this season. And here's another 0-2. It's grounded right side. Fielded on 2 hops, nearly under the glove of Cody Morton, but he keeps that glove down to make the play, and we will head to the 9th. 7-7 the score, as we have a thrilling finish upcoming here in beautiful Central Illinois. We'll be right back. It is all down to this, the 9th inning, in a tie game. Both teams 7 runs, both teams 8 hits. The CornBelters the first to try to break that deadlock. Tyler Castro in there, the left-handed bat, looks at a first pitch slider that goes backdoor into the strike zone. He didn't like the call. He takes a long walk around the batting circle and steps back in. 0 for 4 today for TC, who has struggled. He faces the 0-1, even farther outside with the fastball this time, and he will not get the call, obviously. 1-1 the count. Andrew Ressler out there for inning number 6. Absolutely incredible work from the reliever. And the 1-1, sat on by Castro and driven to center field, but not deep. Smith will camp out under it and make the catch for the first out of the inning. So 1 down. And Ressler will now face Mateo Casillas, who entered a couple innings ago for Judah Morris. And a bat like Judah Morris's is a bat you wish you would have right now, but circumstances preventing that. And Mateo Casillas, the left-hander, into the box. Watches the first pitch sneak inside, ball 1. Scoring was open in this one with a Zach Sykowski 3-run shot. Since then, and after a 3-run third, just 1 run since the conclusion of the 3rd inning. 2-0 as that pitch misses outside. It'll be Casillas and then Landon Johnson. Casillas watches the curveball sneak in there at the knees. A good spot on the 2-0 breaking ball. You got to have a lot of confidence to throw a curveball down 2-0. If you hang it, it could be hanging out of the ballpark. But he finds the knees, and it's 2-1. The pitch from the righty. Right there on the inside corner, another breaking ball, which he works into his favor, and the count is 2-2. Mateo Casillas struck out his first time up. trying to jumpstart this Cornbelter offense in the ninth before Landon comes up next. The 2-2. Ground ball left side. Over the head of the pitcher. This is going to be a really tough play for Gibson, who will not have it. Spikes the ball down in frustration. That would have been a technical foul in the NBA. But here it's an infield single for Mateo Casillas. And Landon Johnson will come up with the go-ahead run on base.
Not sure if this, not having another first baseman might prevent Billy Du Bois from using a pinch runner here, but typically I would see Casillas getting pulled, putting that runner, trying to move him into scoring position for Johnson.
First pitch to Landon Johnson outside, and I guess you could, if you're assuming you would win or lose by the time the spot comes up in the order, you could put Landon Johnson at first and take away the DH spot, but it would be risky if the game were to go to extended extras, as that foul ball lashes toward the dugout. There's some kids hanging out right on the netting, and that is a scary place to be as the ball smashed up against it. 1-1. Landon Johnson, the big lefty, back in there. A towering home run last night against Terre Haute, and he pops this one sky high. It'll go foul. Will it get out of play? Just out of play. And a fresh life for Lando. 1-2, the count upcoming. Landon Johnson will be followed up in this order by Cody Morton. Both of the two, as well as Griffin Brown following them, all hitless today. Landon Johnson takes so much pride in his hitting. He's been through a slump as of the last week. This would do wonders for his confidence if he could find a way to come up big. A snap throw to first. Back standing up is Casillas, who's not taking any chances with that lead off of first base. And back on the mound is Wrestler. Just through pitch number 90. 1-2 pitch to Landon Johnson. Up the middle. Fielded by the forehand by the shortstop. He taps second base and goes to first. Double play for the Pistol Shrimp. We'll head to the ninth. The bottom of the ninth. Where the Pistol Shrimp can walk it off. The Cornbelters will try to hold firm on defense and take this one into extras. Bottom of the ninth, the Cornbelters unable to tack anything on in the top half, so they must hold firm or this game will be over, and they could not have picked a harder spot to face in the order. The 2-3-4 up for Illinois Valley. It's Kyle Gibson who watches the first pitch curveball go way high for ball one. Toby Schriefer is out there, the right-hander. Got through the eighth, trying to work through the ninth. The 1-0 is hit hard left side, but well foul. Smashes against the screen, and the count is even to Kyle Gibson, who has reached base a couple of times. A sacrifice fly for the two-hole hitter, but yet to register a hit. The 1-1 just misses the knees, and it's called a ball. 2-1 the count to the left-handed hitting Gibson. Right on left matchup, a little platoon advantage for the Shrimp hitter. The 2-1 hit hard left side, fielded by the shortstop. Across the diamond goes Zykowski, got him by a step, and that is an important first out to get one of the Prospect League's best in Kyle Gibson. 1 down.
Extremely strong throw there from Zach Zykowski. A nice job by him on the left side of the infield to collect himself, set his feet, take a hop, and gun him out at first.
So Zykowski makes the play. The rest of the infield set to receive. And Castro, Zykowski at shortstop. It's the first pitch in there at the knees. Right side of the infield, Morton and Casillas, both mid-game substitutions. 0-1 after the first pitch curveball. Schriefer goes back to it. It's hit left side. Backhand stop by Zykowski. A long throw. Not going to make it, and it gets under the glove. Dorsch didn't see it right away, so he will not have the time to move to second base. Coming all the way over was Graham as the backup man, but of course a long way to go. He's not going to be able to get down there in time to get fully behind it, but he's able to keep Dorsch at first base. They will credit Dorsch with an infield single. It was a very tough play for Zykowski. So Makana Olaso, who hit a absolute tank the last time he was at the plate. A 3-run bomb to left center field. And with one swing of the bat, he could end it right here. Slide step delivery, first pitch high and tight to the cleanup. Schriefer, an inning and a third and a strikeout so far. He would love a double play ball, as the CornBelters try to force extras here in Peru. The pitch. And there's a chopper third base or shortstop side. They go to second for one across the diamond, and it wasn't even close. They turn to 6-4-3. We head to the 10th as the CornBelters defense prevails, and they retire the 2-3-4 hitters who face the minimum. We'll head to the 10th, where this game is about to get real interesting. Runner on second to start the 10th when we return here on the CornBelters Radio Network. So to extras we go, 7-7. Some late night baseball free of charge. Well, I guess it was always free for you, and we appreciate you spending your evening with us here on the exclusive home for CornBelters coverage of normal road games. And we head to the 10th, 7-7, a back and forth affair at the home of the Pistol Shrimp, and the CornBelters will have the first chance in extras to try to push across a run or maybe more. Extra inning rules: if you need a refresher, the last out of the previous inning will stand on second base and will run. So the CornBelters will start with the man on second base. Landon Johnson was the last out. They have chosen to pinch run for the slower moving Landon Johnson. Chase Mason, who we haven't seen catch due to a lingering injury. He's been available as a runner. He will not hit. At least I would assume he won't hit. If we get around to the lineup again later on, we would certainly see. But he will run. So Chase Mason, who has 5 stolen bases on the season, will stand on second base. It'll be Cody Morton to hit first. And the second baseman looks at the first pitch outside. It's the left-handed throwing Jeffrey Behrens, who is finally relieving Wrestler after 6 flawless innings. No earned runs, 1 run across during his time in the game. The left-hander, who comes from a 3/4 arm slot, quite the switch up from what they're used to after seeing Wrestler for 6 innings. He delivers the 1-0 and is outside, 2-0. Cody Morton, spending his summer in the KCL, excelling at the shortstop position. He came into the game midway through today at second base. And he has a man on second base now in Chase Mason. The 2-0 pitch to Morton. He grounds the ball left side. Morton will not be able to move, but that's going to be a tough play, and they will have no play. Infield single for Cody Morton. And it seemed like, Adam, the shortstop kind of just kind of got uncomfortable with that throw.
Right there, I think it was more just damage control. You're trying to keep it at, the score that it is now so you can walk it off in the bottom of the 10th. Now, first base was unoccupied, a chance to turn to. There was more damage possible with that throw over to first than there was, more risk than reward, in my opinion.
And that is certainly a good point. So they elect not to throw, and there's runners on second and first. Also, double play possibility. The first pitch to Griffin Brown is taken for a ball high, right about at the letters, but he gets the benefit of the call. Griffin Brown 0 for 2 with a strikeout today. A base hit away from giving the CornBelters the lead in the 10th inning. And you got to think you got to at least get one, knowing that they will have the same advantage. Chase Mason off on the pitch. Double steal is on, and they both get it without a throw. Weaver popped up to throw to second, thought better of it. He had no chance to get Chase Mason at the third base bag, and both of them slide in safely. Runners on third and second, and no one out. The pitch was in there for a strike to Griffin Brown, so the count is 1-1. The infield will come in for the Pistol Shrimp. Griffin Brown can feel it. The 1-1 is a big swing and a miss. 1-2.
Behrens, looking at his early numbers right here in the velocity department, nothing overpowering, just locating the spots really well. A nice off speed and just making hitters uncomfortable in the box.
1-2 pitch to Griffin Brown. Tagged him inside. It hits the center fielder, and the bases are loaded. Mayhem here in Peru. They finally give Wrestler the time off after 6 innings, and the new arm has not been able to get it done to this point for the Pistol Shrimp, but no runs across yet. It is salvageable. And it'll be Tyler Thompson, who's 2 for 4 with a ribby and a strikeout. Corners in, middle infield set to turn 2. They'd happily trade a run for 2 outs. First pitch on the outside corner, called strike to Thompson. Thompson, the right-handed hitter, digging in, hugging the back of that batter's box, trying to give himself as much time to react to the wacky arm slot of Behrens. The 0-1. Sat on and driven to right field. That'll send Dorsch back. It should be well deep enough as he fields it over the shoulder. 1 run will come in Chase Mason. Moving up to third base is Cody Morton. And the CornBelters have the lead in the 10th inning here in Peru.
All Tyler Thompson talked about before the game was doing his job. Whether it's get on base, see pitches, relay that information to the other hitters, do your job. Right there with a runner on third and nobody out, he just wanted a pitch that he could drive deep enough into the outfield to score a run. And right there, Tyler Thompson did his job. 8-7, Belters lead it.
Belters find the lead. Can they find more? They have a runner on third and a runner on first. Austin Wiegand will hit. He's 1 for 4. Infield in the same positions. And the first pitch right down the heart of the plate. During the stoppage there, while the catcher and pitcher had a conversation, Tyler Thompson speaking to both Austin Wiegand briefly, and then I believe that is Graham in the on-deck circle, trying to give him some pointers on what he saw. The 0-1 waited on but fouled off by Wiegand. It was that kind of slurve that hooked in toward the plate. Wiegand had to just keep that elbow down as long as he could, and in the end able to foul it back but not do anything else with it. Needing to put the ball in play here, cannot afford the strikeout. But Wiegand is down 0-2, a place that he does not like to be. Left-on-left matchup, the 0-2 is hit off the handle of the bat, and it drifts foul. So Barons got his first out. He wasn't charged with the first run since it wasn't his fault that the extra inning rules are in place. But the runners on the corners are certainly his, and Wiegand will be looking to slam on a couple more. Griffin Brown still stands on first base, and he's held on, leaving a massive gap on the right side, the pole side of the infield. The 0-2 from the lefty, the runner on the move, and the pitch is flied left side, well foul out of play, and Brown will have to head back to the first base bag.
I like that play there from Brown because with the way that the infield is shifted right now, the second baseman is more towards the bag at first, which is causing him to take a longer route to the bag at second to potentially tag him if they were to throw down, which I don't necessarily foresee happening.
0-2 with one down. And another 0-2 pitch comes, and Wiegand swings and misses. A huge strikeout for this Pistol Shrimp defense. And there are 2 down. And it was probably the second worst case scenario apart from a double play. They needed to put that ball in play, challenge the defense, and score that second run. And now it'll be up to Charlie Graham. Graham, 2 plate appearances in a CornBelter uniform, a sacrifice fly, and a game-tying hit. He's got 2 plate appearances and 2 runs batted in. Can he get a third? First pitch to Graham is on the outside corner, called a strike. Quick word to home plate umpire Vic Partha, voicing his displeasure, and back into the box to face the 0-1. The outfield well back in Perona, Smith, and Dorsch. 0-1 upcoming. Left on right matchup, the pitch. Tailed inside. Or no, they've called a strike on that pitch. That didn't appear to be even close. Am I seeing things, Adam?
Billy.
Billy is having words, and I believe that is going to be his last warning.
Yeah, I definitely thought it was inside. Must have just clipped the zone. That's a tough pitch right there for Graham because it continues to work its way in at you. But
Well, it didn't even appear like there was much of a frame job on it. But the 0-2, nonetheless. The pitch from the left-handed throwing Barons. Tailed inside, that one's never going to be called a strike. It required Graham to pick up his right leg just in case the ball squirted by the glove. 1-2. Still runners on the corners. Jeffrey Barons has had to work for every out he's gotten. Can he get a third without succumbing to another run? A ball and 2 strikes, and now Graham will step out of the box. If the inning continues, it'll be Zach Zykowski who hit the 3-run home run in the second inning. He would bat with, in all likelihood, a couple of men on if they were to get that far. The 1-2, outside, pump fake throw. Griffin Brown will trot in standing up to second base. And it'll be defensive indifference. There's always the talk of whether or not you should throw down there. Maybe the runner doesn't think you're going to, so they don't necessarily run as hard, but the safe play, certainly, to keep it in the glove, and that's exactly what they do. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 on. Swing and a miss. Graham goes down with a mighty hack. And the Pistol Shrimp retire the side. The CornBelters grab 1. If they can hold that run 180 feet, they will win the ball game. Back for the bottom of inning number 10. The CornBelters nabbed 1 in the top half, courtesy of the extra inning rules, and the same rules now apply to the Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp. They'll start with a runner on second base. It appears to be a pinch runner. But we will see Louis Perona hitting to start this bottom of the 10th. He'll have a runner on second base. Still waiting to see who that runner is. And they squared a bunt on the first pitch. It's dropped by Charlie Graham as the pitch missed high, but nothing going. And I believe that's Chance Resetich standing on the second base bag. I do not believe that is Olaso. So Chance Resetich stands on second. The 1-0 pitch upcoming. They squared a bunt again. This time it's on the outside corner. They pull the bunt back and it's in there for a strike. The first baseman is in. You got to wonder whether the play would be to third or to first if they bunt again, which they square. The bunt is poked foul, 1-2. And surely you can't square again with 2 strikes. But it has certainly been done.
You wouldn't think, but the runner on second, nobody out. You want to move that run 90 feet away. If you don't have enough faith in Perona to do it swinging, then it's possible.
Perona gets set to face the 1-2. He keeps the bat on his shoulder this time, and the pitch misses outside. Zykowski will trot in from shortstop. A couple of words for his pitcher, maybe just some information on Redditch at second base. Got to be careful with any sort of pick plays. You don't want the ball flying into center field. And I'm sure Griffin Brown is going to be on his toes just in case he's called into action in any way. 2-2. Infield of Castro, Zykowski, Morton, and Casillas. Outfield of Thompson, Brown, and Wiegand. Coupled with Schriefer and Graham. Those are the 9 trying to deliver the win in the win column for the CornBelters. 3 outs away. 2-2, and now stepping off is Schriefer. A very extended pause. And I believe it's the umpires trying to decipher who's going where in the case of certain plays. 3 umpires tonight, both bases or both corners occupied by base umpires. 2-2 pitch finally, and the pitch misses outside. And trotting down to first base is...
I think it was a pitch clock violation on Schriefer. That moved it to ball 3, and that was the call. And now Billy is walking out of the dugout because I don't think there was a clear explanation.
Yeah, I don't think it was communicated clearly enough.
That's the only thing I
it
can
was
think
ball
of
3.
because it was the base umpire pointing back and forth. That's what it seemed like. And the fact that we did have a 2-2 count and then a walk, that's the only thing I can think of.
No, I definitely think you're right here. My concern is that Schriefer did not know he was called for a pitch clock violation. I mean, it is possible something was said that we couldn't hear from the umpire to the pitcher, but at least from up here, the gestures made by the third base umpire and the home plate umpire did not indicate a pitch clock violation. But regardless, a 3-ball walk, so to speak, when you tack on the pitch clock violation and another base runner on, they're unable to retire the first batter faced. So after Perona, they will pinch hit for Will Ashley. Or rather, well, yes, they will pinch hit for Ashley. It's Jake Ferguson who will hit.
Which is interesting because Will Ashley has been solid at the plate all year. A power guy, someone that's typically slotted in the heart of the order, was hitting sixth tonight, but yeah, just getting pulled right now for Ferguson.
So Schriefer, he's already pitched 2 innings. He pitched an inning last night. You got to think fatigue is certainly a factor here. Runners on second and first. An inside move. Nothing really at play there. Just making sure that Resitich knows that he's there. So no one out. Runners on second and first. And Resitich and at the first base bag, Perona. First pitch, they squared a bunt again. This time the bunt trickles down the left field line, but not fair. It was hugging the dirt, and then it rolled over into the grass. So a strike 1 on the failed bunt attempt, and we'll see if they do it again. The last batter, Perona worked the bunt until he was down to 2 strikes, and it looks like they may want to try that again. 0-1, Schriefer. Yes, they square again. Right there, it's on the outside corner. They pull back, and it is 0-2, and that is the perfect scenario for the CornBelters.
Something to take notice of there, Casillas, the first base, came in. Cody Morton from second base was going over to take the bag. Potentially trying to go Casillas to field it and over to third. Just making sure, all options are on the table. Let the first baseman make a play if they were to lay down that bunt.
Ferguson now staring down 0-2, unlikely to bunt. And Schriefer will deal. He does square, and he gets the bunt down but foul, and he is struck out. A bunt strike 3, and that's the first out of the inning. Disaster for Illinois Valley.
And that was the play right there from manager John Jakimick, was pinch hit with Jake Ferguson, who's clearly one of your better bunters on the bench, just making sure you get a guy in there that can lay it down, and he couldn't. One away.
So first out, and now it'll be Pombo Nicoludis who will hit, and I would be surprised to see them bunt again here. Schriefer, the first pitch, just missed the letters with the slider trying to hook it in there. Ball 1. So Ferguson strikes out swinging, and the job will then fall to the next hitter up, the third baseman, with still runners on second and first. The pitch on the outside corner. That is a beautiful fastball out of the hand of Schriefer. No action in the CornBelters bullpen, and that does surprise me just in case Schriefer was to get into trouble. At least you have a backup plan, but they're content to let Toby either win or lose this. The pitch. Sawed off the handle, foul ball, right side, 1-2 the count to the third baseman. Schriefer finding that nice spot for the inside fastball, making it very difficult for him to turn on, and you wonder if he'll go back to that same spot with Nicoludis thinking maybe off speed. The 1-2, it is the curveball. He sits on it and hammers it, but foul. Right side, he barreled it, but was well behind on hitting it to right field.
Hisselstrom put on a hit and run there. Both runners were on the move. A fly ball could have put them in a dangerous spot, but maybe a break for Illinois Valley.
So we'll have another 1-2 pitch. Schriefer stares down second, comes home, and the pitch is hit high fly ball to right field, but foul once again. That one not hit as hard. And, of course, out of play, it doesn't really matter. Another 1-2 upcoming. The ball boy delivers a few more fresh baseballs to Vic Partha at home plate. And Schriefer receives one. He comes set at the waist. A look at second, another look, and comes home. And the pitch is swung on and missed. They throw down to third! Not in time! So close to a strike him out, throw him out double play that would have called ball game. But just ahead of the throw is the runner stealing, and runners on the corner, so 2 away.
Charlie Graham trying to hose a runner for back-to-back nights. He ended the game last night at the Corn Crib, throwing down to second. Try to do it again. 2 outs. Here it is.
So Resitich steals third. The runners on the corners, 2 outs. The first pitch high to Lucas Smith. Smith hitting in the 8-hole. 31 games played, and for an 8-hole hitter, he hits surprisingly well. 333 on the season. 16 RBIs. Trying to notch one more with the tying run on third. The 1-0 just missed the inside corner. And behind 2-0 falls Schriefer. The CornBelters looking to keep pace with the Terre Haute Rex. They sit half a game behind with a week to play in this 2024 season. The 2-0 is high, and Schriefer falls behind 3 balls and no strikes. If Smith reaches, it would be the catcher, Nick Weaver, who's 1 for 4 with a double. 3 balls, no strikes. The right-hander comes home and misses high. 4-pitch walk to load the bases with 2 down.
Not a bad miss. Right now, your only concern is the tying run on third and the go-ahead run on second. That runner on first serves no purpose other than it was 4 pitches that Schriefer had to use, and now it's a force out.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. This is your ball game. Nick Weaver watches a first pitch strike on the outside corner. Schriefer ahead in the count to the 9-hole hitter. Force at any base. The tying run 90 feet away. The 0-1 tried to find the same spot, missed just a couple inches further outside, and the count is even. Schriefer with the bases loaded, working out of the windup. The right-hander with his glove to his face brings it down and comes forward with the 1-1. The pitch is fouled back to the screen, and Illinois Valley are down to their final strike. One ball and 2 strikes. Schriefer back on the mound. Takes a deep breath and goes into his windup. A ball and 2 strikes. Does not get the call. High and outside with the fastball. They stole home. The throw went back to Schriefer. And when no one was paying attention, Illinois Valley have stolen home to tie this game. Incredible. And we're tied at 8. Oh, it's unbelievable. Graham with the lollipop throw back to Schriefer, and the run scores. And now the 2-2. High. 2 borderline pitches, and you'd think if it was the 1-2 was just called a strike, none of that would have happened. But now the count is full, and the runners will get a head start from second and first. Perona with the leadoff of second. Schriefer looks him and comes home. The pitch is fly to right field, hooking foul. Full count once again, a new ball into play. And payoff pitch number 2 coming up. Schriefer checks on second. Perona takes off as the pitch comes home and it misses high. And that is another walk from Schriefer. Bases loaded.
Toby Schriefer came in yesterday for a 4-out save, used 20 pitches just a night ago. He's going to hit 50 in this at-bat, assuming it goes more than just one pitch. This will be his 49. But you got to start worrying about some fatigue for the right-hander.
Some action in the CornBelters bullpen. And I believe it's Tyler Altenbomber, but it doesn't matter. They're going to let Schriefer pitch. It's Nedved. First pitch. Just missed the outside corner. It looked good, but does not get the call. A tad outside, says home plate umpire Vic Partha, and it's 1-0. Schriefer quickly back to work. 1-0 from the windup once again with the bases loaded, and the pitch is just low of the knees, and the zone has tightened after back-to-back walks. Billy Du Bois has already had his frustrations with the zone, and if they do not escape this inning, he is going to be incredibly frustrated. Just as I say that, he comes out storming, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him get thrown out right here. And yes, he's gone. Billy Du Bois has been thrown out of this game as Vic Partha has had enough, and I think so has Billy Du Bois. Another ejection for the CornBelters manager, who will undoubtedly be suspended. And in the final week of the season, we will see what happens, but he is getting his money's worth. The zone has been tight all night. And just 2 batters ago, a 1-2 pitch, just off the plate maybe. And 5 seconds later, the tying run steals home. 2 batters later, after 2 pitches that could have and should have been called strikes, get called balls, Billy Du Bois has had enough, and he removes himself from this ball game.
Well, removes himself with a little bit of help from home plate umpire.
He certainly does. So the Belters manager is gone. The count is 2-0. And Ryan Nedved, who's still hitless, might not need a hit here. He would walk in a run and would end the game if he can force 2 more balls out of Toby Schriefer. Billy Du Bois has still not left the dugout, and now he finally does, leaving the gate open and forcing Nick Roseman to come close it. Just one more act of disgust and of protest. Back underway. This game is still going, but for who knows how much longer. The 2-0 is coming in from Schriefer, hit high in the air to center field. Going back on it is Griffin Brown. He has room and makes the catch. So after all of that, we're going to inning number 11. The CornBelters will try again, this time without Billy Du Bois. And we'll see what happens after the break. An absolute whirlwind of a baseball game here in Peru, Illinois. Just after 10:30 local time. And we thank you for joining us for this late night. Some defensive changes after all the pinch hitters and pinch runners. Resitich to third. Ferguson will stay in as the DH. And Nicoludis will be the first baseman. First pitch strike to Zach Zajkowski. Hit a home run. First pitch ball. 1-0 the count. He hit a home run in inning number 2. He has the go-ahead run on second base in Charlie Graham. And he watches the 1-0 miss just low of the knees. The tight zone of Vic Partha, which if you're just joining us, caused Billy Du Bois to be removed from this game. I believe the third game he's been suspended from this season. 2-0. And Zajkowski watches that one on the outside corner. Called a strike, and the count is 2-1.
If Billy was here right now, he would be getting tossed for a second time.
It was off the plate. 2-1 the count. Nobody out. Graham on second base. The 2-1 is low and away. 3 balls and a strike. Zajkowski will be followed up by the rest of the top half. Tyler Castro, Mateo Casillas, and Chase Mason is currently slotted into the 4 spot. 3-1, a hitter's count for the shortstop. And the lefty comes forward, and a swing and a miss. Zajkowski unable to catch up to the heater, and the count is full. And Zach desperately needs to set the tone for this inning for the rest of his CornBelters lineup, which has lacked offensive confidence. The 3-2 misses outside. Zajkowski with a leadoff walk. And Tyler Castro will follow him up. Castro is 0 for 5. But sometimes it's only the one that matters.
Well, you can say that he's 0 for 5. You can also say he's due. Top 10 in the prospect league in batting average, and certainly a guy that you feel comfortable with in the left-handed batter's box right now.
Trying to extend his hit streak. First pitch, he squares to bunt, and it's outside. Tyler Castro is on a 5-game win streak, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 5-game hitting streak that he has had 3 separate times this season, but is yet to break 5 and get to 6. And he sits on 5 once again here. Squares to bunt again, lays it down, bouncing toward the line, foul. And I don't know, what about this? What is it about this ballpark? No one can lay down a bunt.
No one can lay down a bunt in this park, but Tyler Castro, the normal CornBelters don't bunt. We have yet to lay a sacrificial bunt down this season. He's trying to be the first.
Well, they're certainly looking to do that. The third baseman, Nicoludis, is in. And here's the 1-1. Castro will watch that one down the heart of the plate for strike 2. And that's Resitich at third base now. As I mentioned, the Resitich at third. And Nicoludis over at the first base bag. They move the corners back with 2 strikes. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runners on second and first. And the pitch from the lefty. Ground ball left side. Tough play for the third baseman who goes to second first. For 1, they go to second, and they throw him out. Tyler Castro slowed down again at the first base bag. And they turn 2. And you've got to think it's the quad because that's unbelievable.
2 outs now, moves the runner to third. And a chance for Mateo Casillas to put a run on the board for the Belters. But yeah, that one hurts. And Castro does look a little shaken up walking off the field there.
He certainly does. And 2 outs now with the go-ahead on third base. Mateo Casillas, 1 for 2 today. First pitch to him is low. And it really hurts the offense because not only do you get that second out, but now you don't have another runner on first. And all the pressure lies on the man at the plate now. Mateo Casillas watches the 1-0. It's in there for a strike. Count even at 1. The infield back, middle infield back on the outfield grass. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 away. The pitch. Outside, low as well. Barons trying to rescue his side. Got out of the 10th with just 1 run across. Trying to do one better here in the 11th. The scoreboard's reset out in right field. At least the inning by inning has. 2-1. And a ground ball left side. It's fielded by the shortstop. He'll go across the diamond in time. And the CornBelters go scoreless in the 11th. The Shrimp can win it if they can plate the runner on second base. We'll find out if they're successful when we return here on the CornBelters Radio Network. So we head to the bottom of the 11th, and the CornBelters are in quite a situation of peril here. Runner on second, and it is, I believe that's, who is that out there, Adam? It's number 12. It's Nedved, the Ryan Nedved, the leadoff man, standing at second base. Kyle Gibson batting the 2-3-4 hitters, set to come up for the Pistol Shrimp. And if there weren't any more variables to be thrown in, we have a new man on the mound. It's Tyler Altenbomber. Altenbomber will relieve Schriever, who was excellent, but perhaps the slightest mental lapse could cost the CornBelters the game. We're going to have a conference between the umpires. I'm not sure what it is about.
I don't know if that's another pitch clock issue. We'll see. But another example right here, exhibit, what is it, B or C, of Charlie Graham behind the dish catching a pitcher that he has never caught before. He joined the team as a bullpen catcher 3 days ago.
So I guess it's possible he's caught him in a bullpen.
Altenbomber hasn't came into a game in the last couple of days, so yeah, I suppose it's possible.
But obviously, the game situation's
but
different.
From being here, unless it was before
maybe like a mid-afternoon thing. This is a very long conference between the three umpires. I'm beginning to wonder what it's about.
Yeah, I mean,
Any ideas?
I couldn't. I mean, the pitch clock seems most feasible, and now they're going to call out.
They're going to call out Josh Foreman, who is now the acting manager, after Billy Du Bois was ejected in the 10th. And Foreman is having something explained to him. He does not appear overly angry, but you do wonder what it is about.
I don't think it's going to go in the way of the CornBelters, though, because they are having to explain it to Josh Foreman. If it was a call that went their way, I think it would be a quick explain it and move on.
They're pointing to the right side of the infield. And yes, I can't imagine what the issue is, because it's not like there's an illegal substitution with Altenbomber. No one else has entered the game except for Chase Mason into the designated hitter position, but that's old news.
Zach Zykowski, the shortstop, has sat down on the infield grass. Also, something notable, we had a 20-13 game a couple of weeks ago in Lafayette. That was a little over 3 hours. We are at 3 hours and 46 minutes now.
Yeah, I believe it was 3:53 in Lafayette.
Was it?
At least that's what I said in the moment.
Yeah.
So we'll keep a stopwatch, and obviously CornBelters will be hoping that this goes well into the 4-hour mark, because it would require them to get out of this inning unscathed and force the 12th. So when we eventually resume, unless something very weird happens, it'll be Kyle Gibson and then Tyler Dorsch before Resitich comes on in the cleanup. That is a big substitution for the Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp, because they remove their previous home run hitter. Ryan Willard has trotted out to the field of play. Tyler Altenbomber is now going to exit this ball game. And I don't know what the issue is. Adam, can you do some detective work?
Try to
We're
figure
on
this
it.
one out.
We're on it.
So Ryan Willard, the left-handed thrower, is going to pitch for the CornBelters instead of Altenbomber. There was some sort of issue with Tyler coming into the game. The umpires had a conversation. It's not an issue of him being on the roster, because he's been on the roster all season. But Adam Hipsky has come back into the room. Adam, what do you got for us?
Prospect League rules, you get 5 mound visits for the game and 1 per extra inning. We had already had 1 mound visit between Charlie Graham and Tyler Altenbomber in the previous inning, and since we already used the 1 when Graham went out there to talk to Altenbomber, that was another mound visit, which in that case requires a pitching change, which is why Ryan Willard now comes in having not pitched a warm-up.
So you're saying, Adam, that they had 2 mound
It
visits?
must just be 1 in
You
the
said
entirety of
per
it.
extra inning, right?
I think probably a misspeak. The way that I was told, and it was explained to me, was that you get an extra 4 extra innings, but they did not specify whether or not it was 1 in the entirety. If we went 18 innings, that it would be 1 for the extra 9. But Ryan Willard's got to locate here. That's been his issue throughout this season. First base is open, but we've got this is long. Griffin Brown was going Snow Angel in center field.
At least they're still having fun out there. But yeah, you got to feel for Tyler, because he warmed up, he got himself all amped for a big spot, and he is forcibly removed for something out of his control. It's not his fault.
I believe this is our last pitcher. Ryan Willard would have to take us the rest of the way if this game were to go beyond the 11th inning.
I mean, I could warm up at him. But we are finally back underway. Willard's set to deliver his first pitch, and it misses outside. Ball 1 to Kyle Gibson. Runner on second. The winning run for the Pistol Shrimp. The 1-0 from Willard is on the outside corner. Ryan coming up in a big spot out of this bullpen for the CornBelters. Fastball coming in at the mid-80s. He's got a slider that'll tail away from this left-handed hitter. Finds the outside corner once again. The count is 1-2. Willard loves to go aggressively, and that's exactly what they need from him, especially if they don't have any more arms. They're going to need him. And I believe we've just had another ejection. They've thrown out Kyle Gibson in the middle of his at-bat.
Yeah, no, it should be a 1-2 count. Now John Jakimek's coming down to cross the home plate. He's not giving any words to the home plate umpire, but right now he's got to figure out who's going to finish this at-bat.
So the 1-2 count will remain. Vic Partha has now thrown out his second.
Victim?
Vic Partha. He's thrown out his second player or second person of the game, and you've got to feel at a certain point it's on him.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was honestly a chance for Ryan to get some more warm-up pitches. Now Brandon Mahler steps in for the Pistol Shrimp with a 1-2 count on him.
So 1-2 count. All insanity. Everything coming out of this one. Brandon Mahler will hit with a 1-2 count. Winning run on second base. Ryan Willard trying to save this CornBelter team. Named after MLB Hall of Famer Ryan Sandberg. 1-2 the count. And for the CornBelters, an opportunity to get Mahler on his first pitch he'll see. Not an opportunity you get very often. And time called.
I got to feel bad for Ryan Willard. He's getting thrown into the fire and now getting all sorts of messed up with his timing.
1-2 pitch from the lefty, and he struck him out. One pitch strikeout on Brandon Mahler. Welcome to the game, young man. One away. And that is a huge step in forcing more baseball. Tyler Dorsch will hit next. He'll hit from the right-handed batter's box. He is 1 for 4. Left on right matchup. Willard stares down second, comes forward to Dorsch, who watches the first pitch fastball on the outside corner. Willard, the left-hander, digging back into the mound. Stares at second. Comes forward from the rubber on the 0-1 and misses outside. And it's interesting that Ryan Willard pitches on the day where all of the refereeing troubles come into play. Ryan's dad is an NFL referee himself. Don Willard, one of the side judges. The 1-1 misses high. So I'm sure Ryan's been given a good talking to or once or twice in his life to make sure he knows how to deal with referees and not get himself in any stupid positions, which of course at this point he cannot afford to get himself wrapped up in anything. 2-1. Slide step delivery, and the pitch misses low. It's scooped, but out of the glove of Charlie Graham. Still picked up, and the runner will not move. And you got to wonder, if they do need another pitcher, which of the position players are stepping up to throw an inning?
Austin Wiegand threw one earlier this year. It was when we were down 10. He's done some throwing in high school, pitched a couple innings in college this year.
The pitch, skipped in the dirt in front of Charlie Graham, and the runner will move up to third. Ball 4, so a walk, and Willard loses Dorsch, and now we'll have to face Resitich.
So right now it's do or die on the double play if this ball gets put into play, because You have to get the runner on first, and the go-ahead run being 90 feet away. If they only cut down the runner at second, then it's over. So I'm not sure if Josh Foreman wants to play the double play or bring the infield in.
They're going to intentionally walk Chance Resitich and bring the infield in. So the bases are loaded. They can go home with the ball if they get a ground ball in the infield. And they'll face Luis Perona, who is 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. And he's followed up by Jake Ferguson if we get there. Willard to deliver the first pitch to Perona, and it is a curveball tailing away, ball 1.
This is a huge at-bat for Charlie Graham. Can't let anything get by him because this is a park with a lot of room between home plate and the backstop.
1-0, just low of the knees. 2 balls, no strikes. Perona this season, .319 in 17 games played, and he's walked 12 times. He's good at working the count. 2-0. The pitch is low and just a ball away from the win here for Illinois Valley. They work themselves into the 3-0 count, and Willard will have to find the zone here. No excuses. If it's down the middle, it's down the middle. Willard's 3-0 is outside, and that will do it. Ryan Willard and the CornBelters defense walk off the field disappointed. And one of the wildest games we've been a part of this season ends in despair. The Illinois Valley Pistol Shrimp win 9-8 in 11 innings in a game that included home runs, included lots and lots of pitching, included some ejections, and in the end, it did not include for the CornBelters what they wanted the most out of this game, a much-needed W. The CornBelters dropped to a game behind Terre Haute with just under a week to play. That is going to do it for our coverage of Prospect League Baseball here in Peru, Illinois. Thank you for tuning in this evening here on the CornBelters Radio Network. For Adam Hipsky, I'm Griffin Leonard. We'll see you back on PLTV tomorrow for a doubleheader against Clinton before Adam and I head back on the road Saturday against the Burlington Bees. We'll see you then. Have a great night, everybody.